Education is reconvening into open session at 6:01 p.m. Roll call, please.
C.J. Johnson, present.
Jesus again present.
Susan Smith, present.
Carol Peden, present.
Marcia Locke, present.
Martin Rex Getzior, present.
Robert Verdi, present.
Susanna Lopez, present.
Maribel Maddox, present.
The Board of Education met in closed session to discuss the following items: public employee discipline, conference with labor negotiator, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, settlement of claims, and superintendent's performance evaluation. The Board of Education took action on the following items: to deny claim number 586086. Motion was made by Mrs. Smith and seconded by Mr. Johnson with a vote of 5-0. Motion passes. To deny claim number 585966. Motion made by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Mrs. Smith. Motion passes 4-1. The Board of Education also had a discussion on the superintendent's performance evaluation and has given the district staff the evaluation document for the superintendent to finalize, and board members will sign once complete. So now we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance, will be led by Anna Isabel Mondiano, 8th grade student from Landmark Middle School.
Hi, my name is Ana Montejano and I am a student at Landmark Middle School. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving now to item E2, amendment of dates of future board meetings. Upon further review of the Board of Education meeting dates, it's deemed necessary to adjust the schedule for July and September 2020 to change the special board governance workshop study session from July 30th, 2020 to August 27th, 2020. So the next meeting that will be August 27th will be the special study session at 9 a.m. and the topic is the Board of Education Governance Workshop. And the next regular board meeting is September 8th, 2020. It's a regular meeting which will begin at 6 p.m. Do I have a motion to approve the amended board meeting dates for 2020 as presented?
Moved.
I'll second that.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Okay, at this time, Dr. Getzior will provide the superintendent's district updates and informational reports.
Thank you, Dr. Locke. And tonight, I want you to notice on the PowerPoint that I guess it's going to come up right now. Yeah, there it comes. So last year we had a leadership theme of Lift to Rise, and this year our leadership theme is Focus Forward. And each year, in addition to, we always have excellence on purpose, and with excellence on purpose, we shine brighter. But then we have a leadership theme that takes us throughout the year, but where our leadership summit begins this week. And so the theme this year is Focus Forward. And so as you look at the slide there, you'll notice that there are students in the pair of glasses that begin school in Moreno Valley Unified School District. That's when they're in transitional kindergarten or preschool. And then you'll notice in the other lens of the glasses, you'll see students graduating. And so that's how we focus forward, is that we know that we are always preparing students for the next level. And this begins our 2020-21 school year. It'll start next week. And and all of those accomplishments, I don't know if you noticed that ribbon down at the bottom, everyone, but those are all accomplishments that have been done in the last 9 years. Those things, those items, those accomplishments didn't exist within the district. We're very proud of those claims, and those are things that the students and the community and the teachers, the classified staff, the parents in our community have all created. So I hope you take a look at those. You'll see those emblems on many of our district schools because each of them have some special meaning for our district. So as I go to the next slide, this is about our mission statement, which right now it's to ensure that all students graduate from high school and that they are prepared to go into higher education or pursue a viable career path. So everything that we do is related to this mission statement. And then in the next slide, you'll see the 11 commitments. And these are areas that help us create excellence on purpose in our district and also help us shine brighter. One of the things we talk about is commitment number 3, listening to understand, and having good manners while we listen to understand. All of these are areas that are, that work together. And number 11, commitment 11 is to have fun. And tonight, the board had a little fun in closed session. They can tell you, well, they can't tell you about it, but maybe you'll see it on a video somewhere someday. This is commitment number 9. We're proficient and time effective. So prioritize your time to make your goals a reality and know the best way to get the results you're looking for. And so this is Josiah Gultram, and he's from the class of 2020 at Valley View High School. And he was an intern this summer in the public information office. And I want to read to you. I know it's a little long, but we don't have as much on our agenda, but I think it's important because this student, I just think it's so important for you to know what students capture in this intern program. And so he said, "Thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in this extraordinary program. Thank you for having the most gentle heart, and thank you for the chance to get to know you on a personal level. During the 5 weeks, I've learned so much about leadership through your character. From mere observations, I noticed the humility, the empathy, the passion, and integrity that you project on a daily basis. You truly represent the district's mission statement in all things you do, and the positive attitude you show us all is amazing. Thank you for believing in your students, cultivating your potential for excellence, and our strive for a brighter future." Now, I just want y'all to know, this young man was here for 5 weeks, and look what he captured. I don't know if a lot of people who work here for years sometimes get that kind of feeling. But I just want to say it's possible. And that's what I love about this, is what students gain and what they see. And he said, working as an intern under the guidance of the district's public information office, I've acquired valuable skills such as graphic design, photography, videography, and numerous other technical skills. Furthermore, this program has challenged me to become a more sociable person, allowing me to step outside my comfort zone, equipping me with the social skills necessary for life's interactions. I acknowledge that to be in the position that it was a privilege, and I'm tremendously grateful to be able to spend part of my summer here working for the Moreno Valley Unified School District in our wonderful community. I'll begin the act of job searching once more, but now I have this newfound knowledge and experience of working in a professional work environment that I can apply to my future jobs. So thank you once again. Now, isn't that amazing? Aren't you impressed when you hear that?
Yeah.
I am, and I want you to know I say something like this, but if I died tomorrow, I couldn't have nicer things written to me. And I think his parents, I don't know if they know this, but he's getting a certificate for this. And, he didn't know that when he was doing it, but he just wrote this to me one night. It was a Friday night, and I got the email about 10:30 at night. And I was checking my emails, and I was so glad I did that evening because it gave me such peace and comfort to know that someone recognizes, this in the workplace. So thank you, Josiah. We enjoyed having you this summer. And then we're always looking for ways to recognize our alumni. And Emily Gonzalez is a 2018 graduate of Vista Lago High School. And we receive updates from our graduates, and they go on to do amazing things. And Emily is currently working as an EMT for the County of Los Angeles at the Sheraton Fairplex Hotel, where they house and treat COVID-19 patients. She was recently hired with our local affiliate, RUHS Medical Center, and will be working as an ER tech too. Emily was accepted to nursing school for this coming fall semester and will be attending West Coast University for a BSN. She was working as an EMT in Orange County for Premier Ambulance the last 1.5 years, and was the first high school student to ever test her national registry of EMT exam in 1 week after graduation and pass. This was a first for me. I wanted to pass this along to you. It makes me proud to see how our former students are continuing and progressing, even though the current situation of our world appears dim. These young men and women put a sparkle back into it, and I thank you for your time. So she was a graduate. I don't know if y'all get this. She was a graduate of Valley View High School, but the EMT program is offered at Valley View High School. And there are students that leave during their school day and go to other schools to take programs that aren't offered at their school and take advantage of that. But what an amazing young lady and a real testament to our community. So congratulations, Emily. And then I talked about this the last time, but I wanted to share some more detail about this. And one of the things, as you might know, in 2019, we were named Advanced Placement District of the Year. And it's because we pay for our students to take these exams. We do not charge students here in Moreno Valley Unified School District, and we encourage them to take them. We know that by students taking this challenge, it increases their confidence and their ability to do, higher level learning and critical thinking. So on this particular slide here in Moreno Valley, this slide demonstrates that there were 1,521 exams in 2019 and 1,303 this year, and so you can see that it went down a little, and the students in the exams, and that's because of COVID-19. They were given, that when that happened, the students had to take the exams at home on their Chromebook, and so that we didn't have as many students taking them, but we did increase our passing score. But that would be true because we had fewer students, but still our passing score was 47%. It was 37% in 2019. And our goal is 50% of our students to pass. I want you to know 9 years ago when we looked at this, only about 20% of our students were passing. So it's increased every year. And these are the top 3 exams by pass rate. And so that's Spanish language, Spanish literature, and comprehensive science principles. And so I want you to know that these students, when they pass this, they get college credit. And so that's a savings to their family. So it's a real, wonderful opportunity for students to get college credit, but to also save on the expenses of tuition. We've had students who start college as a sophomore because they have so many credits. So the next slide is Canyon Springs High School, and you can see their pass rate is 49%. And this is goal 2 of our superintendent's expectations. And like I said, the goal is 50%. And so we're very proud that schools are reaching that milestone. And the next slide is Moreno Valley High School, and they're at 36%. And one of the things you notice there is they had the top exams by pass rate is chemistry. If you've ever been to the science department at Moreno Valley High School, there's some exciting things that happen there. So that makes sense to see that. The next one is Valley View High School, and they have an AP capstone course there. They have a 50% pass rate, And they had, 481 students take the exam, and total exams 836. So that met the superintendent's the goals and outcomes. And Vista to Lago High School, it was 43%. That's the next slide. And you can see they had a 100% pass rate in Spanish literature. And that's really amazing. Now I'm going to show you something that you may not know about, but the next slide is about a middle school, Vista Heights. And you don't usually see AP exams given at a middle school. This is something that we started at Vista Heights, and in 2019, they had 11 students take the exam and pass it, 100% pass rate. And in 2020, they had 28 students take the exam, and that was the total exams, and 26 passed, and with a score of 3 or higher. And one student, I don't know if you see that on there, took the calculus AB test in middle school. So we're encouraging students to take these tests early and to get college credit, because they can get it as soon as possible. And that's outstanding. I'm just very proud of that. And then you'll notice that our different middle schools last year, there was one test taken at Landmark. We allow students to do this, and they can sign up for this if they want to take the challenge. You can see at Mountain View Middle School, there was one student who took it, and they took the science one, and they passed it with a 3. You can see that. That's in middle school. This is quite a rigorous test, usually taken later in high school. At Palm Middle School, 4 students took the test and made a 3 or higher. And that's 100% passing right there. In Sunnymead Middle School, 1 student took the test. So I just want you to know we're encouraging this, and you're going to see more students do this, and it's going to help students do better and earn greater support for when they go to college and be more prepared. So then Vista Heights Middle School started a new program this year with Esperanza Arce and the director of secondary, but they had 90 students with grade changes after students attended a recovery boot camp. One of the things you'll notice in middle school is that kids, sometimes because they don't earn credits, they don't realize, how that's going to affect them in high school. So what schools have started doing is started offering a boot camp to help students focus on college readiness indicators starting at 6th grade. And Vista Heights Middle School is currently at 19.8%, and the goal is to improve by 10%. And this aligns with the International Baccalaureate Action Plan goal of aligning grading practices with International Baccalaureate Assessment philosophy. But 90 students changed their grade point average after participating in a boot camp, and now aren't making D's or F's, they're making grades that are passing, and they're doing better in their classes. So you can see the breakdown of students: African American, white, Hispanic, and American Indian, and then the gender count of those students. But we're very proud of what's happening there. And then the board, you each received in the Friday memo a report that we do on program effectiveness. And one of the things, as you know, is our LCAP in the last 4 years has developed the visual and performing arts. There was an extensive report in your Friday update that you get, and I'm only including a piece of it, but these are areas that the district had not before participated in or had students, entering into contests and excelling in them. So Valley View High School, I don't know if you've ever been to their art program there. It's exceptional. They earned 32 awards at the Riverside County Fair and the National Date Festival, 23 first place winners, 4 second place winners, and 4 best of class. And senior Elizabeth Frazee was awarded the best of show in the photography division. So the talents that are developed there through the art program are simply, outstanding. But Canyon Springs High School, not to be outdone by Valley View, earned 19 awards at the Riverside County Fair and National Date Festival and 17 first place awards. And 9th grader Cyan Ramirez won the best of class for her piece in the charcoal class. So these are quite exciting, and And students sometimes don't always see themselves as artistic or having the ability. And so I want to compliment the teachers in these classes, because if you've ever gone in there, it's magic what happens, seriously. They get kids to do things that you wouldn't believe they would ever do, and they're so proud of themselves. And I just can't thank the teachers in the visual and performing arts program and the parents and the students for entering these competitions. And then at Valley View and Canyon Springs High School, there's a program that's called a Cyber Academic Pathway. And this program has been selected to serve as a national. Now that's national. I didn't say state and I didn't say county. I said national. And I hope everybody's listening. You should be very proud of this as a community. A pre-apprenticeship and paid apprenticeship model with the Cybersecurity Youth Apprenticeship Initiative funded through the U.S. Department of Labor. There are not a lot of these throughout the country, but these are the partnerships that are developed with the Moreno Valley Unified School District through the relationships that are built between the district and other organizations. And I want to thank Donna Woods and Chris Lorenz and the principals of those schools for what they're doing. And you're going to see more happen in that area. And then the Moreno Valley Education Foundation is something that's new in Moreno Valley. And Toby Boucher began this, and they did the Adopt a Senior, and they're doing many other programs to support the school district. And it's simply outstanding. They asked for people to adopt seniors this year, and they had about 2,000 get adopted out of the 2,200. And this student was on their board, and she wanted to thank them for allowing her to serve as a student representative, because they have a student representative there. And we always try to include students in everything that we do. And this is Raquel Calderon. And so we thank her for being part of that. And then the Moreno Valley Chamber of Commerce, they gave scholarships to our student. And I want to thank Mr. Holguin, who attended this Zoom meeting where these were awarded. And these 7 students got $500 or $750. And we're very proud to work with our Chamber of Commerce, with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and the Moreno Valley Chamber of Commerce. And congratulations to those students. And then one of the things we work on with all of our high schools is being WASC accredited. And our Moreno Valley Online Academy has exceeded and met the criteria for accreditation, and through June 30th of 2023. So that's exciting. Philip Peoples, thank you, the principal there and the staff at the school, because all of them working together make this happen. And this is simply an amazing school that we didn't have about 4 or 5 years ago. This is only new here in Moreno Valley. And it's a different option for parents and families. And then Janine Lopez, who's a theater teacher at Valley View High School. She is absolutely amazing. Miss Johnson, her principal, cannot tell you enough wonderful things of what she does. But she was named the California Thespian Board Arts Advocacy Director. And these are state leadership positions that advocate for the arts. And Janine Lopez is one of those people that if you've ever seen her productions or what her students do, it's simply amazing. And then in 2020, Moreno Valley Unified School District has submitted 3 Golden Bell applications. Every year we submit 3 because that's the number that you can submit. You cannot submit more than 3. We submitted 1 for the Parent Spanish Literacy Club. The category was Family, Student, and Community Engagement. We submitted 1 for the Visual and Performing Arts Program. That's for the category Curriculum and Instruction through the California Standards for Visual and Performing Arts. And we submitted 1 for Valley View High School's mock trial team, and the category is Expanded Learning and Opportunities. And the finalists we hope will be announced in August or September. I'm a judge this year. I didn't get to judge anybody's from our district, of course, but I've been reading applications, and I've read about 16, and I'm getting ideas. And I just think that this is an excellent program. But I just want you to know, since 2012, Moreno Valley has received 13 Golden Bell Awards. And that's simply outstanding, and is a testament to the programs that exist within our district, that they have this kind of ability to win and capture awards. So we'll see what happens this year. I have a video next of the Asterisk program. This is our summer intern program. It's a little long, but I think it's important for our community to see and our board to see, because this is what happens when students live their mission statement and they get that support through the school district. And for many of them, it's their first job. It's their first time to ever get a paycheck. And they take these newfound skills, like that student said, and they get their next job. Okay, the Asterisk program, that's a big, long acronym, Asterisk. And, you know, I'm just going to give you the abbreviated version, what it stands for, but it's a very, very important program that is related to our district's mission statement. And our mission statement, we said we want everyone to be prepared to graduate high school and to enter a career pathway or go on to college. And part of what we learned from our students is that they didn't have a lot of opportunities sometimes to explore career pathways. And so through this intern program, students get the opportunity to shadow different people in different organizations, and it gives them that hands-on experience where they get to ask questions, work around people they normally wouldn't work around. But for many of them, it's the first time they've ever had a job, and it's an opportunity for them to get their next job because of the experience they get here.
During this internship, I'd like to say the valuable skills that I've learned, probably learning how to work in an office area. You know, things like this, you can't learn other than actually doing it. So it's actually better for me to learn it in an environment like this because the people around me are nice, teach me how to actually work with stuff around me. Like, I learned how to use the phone, how to answer calls, how to take down messages. I've learned how to professionally email colleagues. I'd say those are pretty valuable skills I've learned here.
I think that I have learned a lot of communication skills and how to work with other people, and in a group setting like this one, I feel like I've been able to improve my skills working with other people.
There's nothing really like experiencing in person and hands-on at a work site. It's much different than in the classroom. You know, in the classroom you have a curriculum and you have something more superficial. You know, it's not so hands-on as it would be in an actual workplace where you're communicating with people and you have a deadline and things are pressured. And I just think it's a lot more building for one's character.
They've been doing great. They surprise me every day, and even their mistakes, they learn from them and they move on and they just do a better job each time.
I think the most beneficial one is probably the communication skills, because at first, like, I was really shy, and just like over time, over these past few weeks, I've just learned how to like talk to people more and just be less shy and more like out there and outgoing and just helping others.
Valuable skills I learned is like how to interact with customers. I also gained work experience, probably experience I would have not gained if I didn't join this internship. So it'd be very useful once I find a job in the future.
Hi, I'm Dr. Locke, President of the Moreno Valley Unified School District Board of Education. On behalf of the school board, I want to congratulate the students who participated this year in the Asterisk program. Participants, you have represented the school district well and have demonstrated to the community the work ethic and commitment of the Moreno Valley Unified School District students. My colleagues and I wish you continued success and achievement of all your future goals. We thank you for your participation in the Asterisk program and encourage you to share your experience with fellow students who have not yet been part of the program so that they may also be an Asterisk success story. Thank you.
So So that program happens every summer, and this year we had 60 students, and usually we have a couple of hundred students, but because of COVID, we weren't able to place every student, but the district, we're very proud of that program and what it gives students. And you can see, if it wasn't for that program, many students wouldn't get those kinds of opportunities. So congratulations to everyone that participated and all the employers and the community that support them. And our next slide, this is grab and go lunch. And I want you to know nutrition services since the day of the pandemic, when the schools were closed on March 13th and beginning on March 16th, they have continued to serve meals, breakfast and lunch to every one of our students and our families. And so you can see that number there, it's 1,745,784. And that's how many meals they've served since the school closures. In fact, I think it's one of the highest in Riverside County. And, you know, we've had it at every school and we will again, but we've had it at certain locations during the summer. And I want to thank Carla Leiter and her team and Susanna Lopez for what they've done. And congratulations to all the nutrition services people for supporting our district. Now, the next slide is of Midland Elementary School, and you're going to see a big change up there. If you look at the pictures there, you see there's a major painting project that happened there. It's an older building in our district, but you'll see there's big murals on the side of the building, and that there's going to it's gotten a facelift. So I wanted everyone to see that and how proud we are of that. And thank you, Anthony Pipkins and his team, for getting that done this summer. And then I want to remind everybody the first day of school on the next slide is August 12th, 2020. And we have a welcome and registration center that's on at 301 Gracia Avenue, which is near Moreno Valley High School. And it's off of Frederick and Gracia. And there's a whole lot of people over there that are helping. But you can go online and do this too and register. And they have a no contact, minimal contact registration. And you can call and make an appointment, and they're open from 8:30 to 4. And parents can remain in their vehicles, and we'll circle around for registration and student services a lot, where they can make a quick stop to receive paperwork, get copies, or drop off paperwork. And we encourage families, if you go on the parent portal, to register online. And I know that some people are having some difficulty, but if you email public information or you call the number that's on the parent portal during the day from 8:30 to 4, someone will help you. And some of you've emailed me, and we get the support you need. So we want everyone to be registered for the first day, and you have to log into your Chromebook, and that's how you access your classes and your schedule. And then this week we have our Joint Leadership Summit. It's going to be virtual, the first time we've ever done this. And there's a schedule on Thursday, August 6th and Friday, August 7th. This is a Joint Leadership Summit. This is very unique to Moreno Valley. And it takes the people of all of our organizations and brings them together to learn together, to collaborate and support one another. So I want to thank MVA, CSEA, AMVAMP, and the school district for working together. But we have a list of workshops that you can participate in. And this is, you know, an exciting opportunity for us. And then I just want to thank you. I know this was a lengthy report, but an important one, because there's so many great things that happen within our school district. And sometimes you might hear about something that's, you know, that's not so wonderful, but it's good to take the time to give you all of this information so that if you don't know about these programs, you can find out about them. Because one of the things I do find out is that we cannot communicate enough about the great things that happen in Moreno Valley Unified School District. And I guess I want to say, and somebody might fight me on this, but I'm their #1 cheerleader. So join me in talking about the great things that are happening. I'm very proud of our school district and very proud of our students. So thank you. And thank you, Dr. Locke.
Thank you, Dr. Kitzero. That was a wonderful report. It was worth every minute. there are great things happening in our district, and, and it's good. We need to keep saying that and talking about it, so again, thank you. And now we're going to move to item E4A, resolution number 2020-21-03, Yellow Ribbon Youth Suicide Awareness Prevention Week, September 14th through 18th, 2020. Do I have a motion to approve resolution number 2020-21-03 in observation of Yellow Ribbon Week? Motion to approve?
I move that we approve Yellow Ribbon Week.
A second?
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Mr. Johnson, will you present this resolution, please?
Yes, I will. I guess I need to stand. Will somebody be receiving this or no?
Dr. Kizzer, is Patty Rucker on, or do we just do it?
No, you do it, and then she'll receive it. We'll mail them the resolution.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, good. All right then, I'll go. Whereas youth suicide is one of the most disruptive and tragic events a family and a community can experience, and is occurring at a national rate of over 5,000 suicides annually. And whereas California is one of the leading states for youth suicides, with at least one youth suicide every week. Suicide kills youth 3 to 6 times more than homicides. Research shows that almost all youth suicides are preventable. And whereas the issue of youth suicide and how to prevent it is of extreme importance and must be recognized as an immediate need for awareness and prevention. And whereas statistics show that awareness, education, and action do save lives. Heightened community awareness will encourage communities to develop strategies, I can't say that word, to prevent youth suicides. Moreno Valley Unified School District is pleased to be at the forefront in leading these worthwhile efforts. And whereas Yellow Ribbon Youth Suicide Awareness and Prevention Week encourages schools and community organizations to raise awareness about the issue of youth suicide and how to prevent it. And whereas Yellow Ribbon Youth Awareness and Prevention Week is recognized by suicide prevention groups, crisis centers, schools, churches, youth centers, hospitals, counselors, teachers, parents, and especially youth themselves. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Moreno Valley Unified School District joins in proclaiming and observing Yellow Ribbon Youth Suicide Awareness and Prevention Week, September the 14th through the 18th, 2020, and urges all citizens to work to prevent youth suicide and to raise awareness and tolerance around all people affected by this tragedy.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And it's a very, important topic, basically not just a week topic, but a year-round topic. So, okay, now moving to resolution E4B, resolution number 2020-21-04, the PTA membership month, September 2020. Do I have a motion to approve resolution number 2020-21-04, observing September 2020 as PTA membership month?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Second that.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye, motion passed 5-0. Mr. Holguin, will you present this resolution?
Thank you, Dr. Luck. I'll be happy to present this resolution. And I want to thank Ms. Brenda Martinez, President of Ridgecrest Elementary School, PTA, and Ms. Melissa Neri, President of Palm Middle School, PTA, for accepting this resolution. You know, PTA, since its founding in 1897, the purpose of the PTA, Parent-Teacher Association, has been to promote the welfare of children and youth in homes, schools, communities, and places of worship, to raise the standards of home life, and to encourage a closer relationship between the home and the school, so that parents and teachers may cooperate more intelligently in the education of children and youth. The California State PTA has demonstrated more than 100 years of dedication in promoting parent and public involvement in schools and communities. Research shows that children whose families provide a caring and supportive environment and are actively involved in their schools have a higher probability of personal and academic success. Statistics also show that most highly successful schools are those with the most active parents and community involvement. The Board of Education of the Moreno Valley Unified School District encourages the participation of parents and community volunteers through the PTA in every school to provide district children with a healthy and productive learning environment, and proclaims September 2020 as Parent-Teacher Association Membership Month. As a member of the National PTA Board of Directors, whose mission is to make every child's potential a reality, and as a member of the California Parent-Teacher Association Board of Managers, whose mission is to positively impact the lives of all children and families, it is a huge honor for me to present this resolution to Ms. Martinez and Ms. Neri, and thank them for all the work, all the dedication, all the time committed to making sure that children and their families are in a well-being area in schools in our school district. So thank you so much for allowing me this honor, Dr. Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Holguin. Now we're going to move to item E5, staff responses to public comments made at previous meetings. Dr. Petzior, do you have any responses?
Dr. Locke, instead of me addressing any of the comments that were made last time, I would like for you to read the opening remarks that you've been given by our legal counsel, because many of those comments were regarding a certain case in our district, and it's very important that I not comment on those, and so I would prefer that you just read that.
Okay. I was going to read after. Okay, I'll read it now.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. As we begin our public comment section, I would like to preface with a few remarks. Not only do we welcome public comments, we encourage it. This board represents the people of Moreno Valley Unified, and so we need to hear from you. During public comments, however, people may share thoughts or ideas on topics that we, as a board, cannot address publicly. It's not that we are ignoring or uninterested in what is said. It's simply that we cannot say anything. The district and board do not comment publicly on the details of pending litigation. The board does not comment on personnel issues. State laws mandate that school districts protect the due process and privacy rights of students and staff. State law prevents the district from disclosing details of disciplinary matters involving students and staff. This does put us in a tough spot sometimes, because on a personal level, many of us really want to speak out, but we hope you understand that due to these reasons, we cannot. Okay. Dr. Katsura, do you now have any comments for staff responses to public comments made at previous meetings?
No,
Okay.
Dr. Locke. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to item E6, public comments on agenda items. Any person requesting to speak to any item on the agenda may do so at this time or when the item is addressed by the Board of Education. Individual speakers shall be allowed to speak for 3 minutes on any agenda item. The Board of Education shall limit the total time for public input on each agenda item to 21 minutes. Board Bylaw 9323B, Section 5. Per Board Bylaw 9323, twice the allotted time will be provided to a member of the public utilizing a translator. Do we have any speaker slips?
Yes, Dr. Locke, we have a total of 6 on agenda items with
Okay.
5 requiring translator.
Okay, that puts us within our time. So do you want to go and proceed with the speakers?
Yes. So our first speakers are calling in, and it's Marcela Quintero. Is she connecting to audio? Diego, can you hear us?
Yes.
Thank you. Señora Quintero, ¿nos escucha?
Sí, Claudia.
Ah, perfecto, gracias. Acuérdese que tiene 6 minutos. Diego Castillo va a ser su traductor y le da tiempo de que traduzca, ¿ok? Permítame, dígame si ya está lista para... Espérame tantito. Acuérdese que tiene que bajarle a su televisor porque no va a poder escuchar al mismo tiempo. Ok. Ya, me avisa cuando ya esté lista para empezar el reloj.
Ya, Claudia.
Ok. Ya empieza.
Buenas noches.
Good night.
Mi nombre
Good
es
evening.
Marcela Quintero.
My name is Marcela Quintero.
Buenas noches a los miembros del board, al público o televidente y padres.
Good evening to the
Mi
board members.
preocupación, que todavía, lo que me preocupa ahorita,
What concerns me right now is
que todavía no nos han dicho el currículum escolar,
we haven't been told what the curriculum for the school will be like
que los niños
for the students
van a tener en el año siguiente.
that they're gonna have this school year.
De acuerdo a los estatutos del Estado,
According to the state statutes,
son 3 horas diarias las que deben de impartir académicamente los maestros.
it's 3 hours that the teachers must provide for academics.
1 hora mínimo diaria.
1 hour minimum daily.
Kindergarten, 1 hora.
Kindergarten, 1 hour.
Del grado 1 al 3, 1 hora 15 minutos.
From 1st to 3rd grade, 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Del 4 al 5, 1 hora 30 minutos.
From 4th and 5th grade, 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Del 6 al 12, 1 hora 40 minutos.
From 6 to 12, 1 hour and 45 minutes.
Cosa que el año pasado no cumplieron con esto.
You guys did not meet this last year.
Ustedes nos dijeron esta vez que estaban ahorita haciendo trámites con el sindicato para que se les proporcionara el tiempo correcto a los niños.
You guys mentioned that you guys were coming into an agreement with the union to make this happen.
El sindicato va a proporcionar equipo tecnológico a los maestros.
The union is supposed to provide technology equipment to the teachers.
Aparte de su sueldo,
And on top of that, their salary.
que como ustedes saben, por la pandemia se les aumentó.
And as you know, due to the pandemic, it was increased.
Ellos están recibiendo su sueldo completo más el aumento por la pandemia.
They're receiving their full salary plus the increase because of the pandemic.
A esto agregamos equipo tecnológico,
And we add technology equipment,
laptop, computadoras,
computers,
videocámaras y audífonos,
computers, video cameras, and headphones,
para que ellos puedan impartir sus clases
so that they can execute their classes
correctamente.
correctly.
Esto me parece bien pero pues ellos no están impartiendo lo que debe de ser, lo que los niños merecen de calidad para sus clases.
I think this is a good idea. However, I don't think that the students are receiving the education they should be receiving from those teachers.
Aparte, se les reembolsará a cada maestro $500 por mes.
On top of that, teachers will be reimbursed $500
el cual es para pago de su internet
to help them pay for their internet
y
service
acondicionar su casa para dar sus clases.
in order for them to provide the classes for the students.
Mi pregunta es, ¿a los niños también les van a ayudar?
My question is, are you guys going to help the students as well?
Si no, pues este dinero, en vez de darles $500, deben de poner más maestros.
If not, then instead of giving the teachers $500, then you guys should hire more teachers.
También el internet que les están dando a los niños, a algunos gratuitamente,
Also, the internet that you guys are providing to some of the children, to some of the students,
a veces la señal no es suficiente.
sometimes the service or the signal is not enough. It's
Me
insufficient.
gustaría que hubiera un internet
I would like there for there to be an internet
para todos aquí en Moreno Valley que sea abierto para que los niños tomen sus clases.
for everyone to have access to here in the city of Moreno Valley.
Necesitamos también tutoría de 1 a 1
We also need one-on-one tutoring services
para los niños,
for our students.
ya que el tiempo que se les dio no fue suficiente
Since the time they received was not enough
para cumplir con el currículo
to comply with the curriculum
del año escolar que los niños terminaron.
for the last school year that students just finished.
Los niños no van preparados
These students are not prepared right now
para el año siguiente
for the next school year
como deben de ir.
as they should be.
Las secundarias y high school
The middle schools and high schools
van a recibir las clases correctas
are going to receive the
de
correct
la A a la
classes
G,
from A through G classes.
las clases que necesitan los niños para ir encaminados a la universidad.
For the students that students need in order to be on track to go to college.
¿Quién va a estar monitoreando esto?
Who's going to be supervising this or monitoring this?
Y también quisiera que pusieran ayuda por teléfono diariamente
I would also like you guys to set up some kind of phone line
para
for
que los padres se
assistance
comuniquen
so that the parents can communicate
cualquier problema que tengan,
any issues they may have.
ya que esto es inmediatamente resolver el problema.
¿Me repites la última parte, por favor?
Que, o sea, que haya cómo comunicarse por teléfono con la escuela o el maestro para que los niños no pierdan clase.
She wants a way for parents to communicate with the teacher so that students don't lose or fall behind in class.
Quisiera que esto lo contesten lo más pronto posible. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, señora Quintero. Ya se le acabó su tiempo. ¿Está el señor Quintero ahí para que le toca a él?
Sí, cómo no.
Buenas noches, Claudia.
Buenas noches, ¿cómo está? Okay, Diego, can you still hear us?
Yes, I'm on.
Okay. Tiene 6 minutos, señor Quintero, y ya voy a empezar el reloj, ¿ok? Gracias.
Sí. Bueno, ¿ya puedo empezar?
Sí.
Buenas noches, miembro del board.
Good evening, members of the board.
Señor Quisiora.
Mr. Kidziora.
Y padres y maestros.
Parents and teachers.
Pues yo quisiera pedirle a la presidenta del board.
I would like to ask the presidents of the board. Continúe.
Quisieran un compromiso con los maestros. Yo sugeriría desde la vez pasada que se les dé una carta que la firmen los maestros que se van a comprometer a dar clases todos los días, porque esa es una orden del gobernador.
I want you guys to create or make a commitment with the teachers. I want the teachers, I have suggested this before, to sign like a letter or I think he wants to say like a contract so that they commit themselves to the students.
nosotros básicamente quisiéramos que fuera en persona, pero la verdad es que pues comprendemos que esto de la pandemia pues nos agarró desprevenidos a todos.
I would prefer everything to be in person, but I understand that this whole pandemic is stopping us and it took us all by surprise.
Es muy importante que los maestros, la retroalimentación de los alumnos con el maestro, porque si la verdad, los maestros nomás van a dejar las clases como el año pasado, pues no hay una retroalimentación entre los alumnos y el maestro.
Also, this is important for teachers because if there's no feedback, I would like the classes to be like last year, and there needs to be feedback coming from the teachers.
Sí, porque nosotros siempre, de por sí las clases normales, los muchachos van no están académicamente preparados yendo en persona y día a día, ¿verdad? Entonces, lo lógico es que ahorita por medio de internet, o así como en línea, que van a tomar los maestros, los alumnos a distancia, pues es bien importante la retroalimentación de ellos, como ya lo dije anteriormente.
It's important because even with normal classes, students were not prepared, even when they showed up in person every day. So logically, with the whole online classes, teachers must be able to provide their feedback.
Yo creo que ese compromiso, como ya lo repetí, entre que un maestro tendría que firmar un compromiso, ¿verdad?, de dar clases todos los días. Eso ya lo hizo el distrito de Colton y les dio buenos resultados.
I believe that if the teachers sign this commitment to give classes every day, it'll give positive results. The district at Colton has done it and they've seen positive results.
En esto de la pandemia, la enseñanza a distancia, pues todos perdemos, especialmente nuestros hijos. Y eso es una preocupación de todos los padres, porque en realidad aquí en muchos de los casos el papá y la mamá trabajan. ¿Quién va a supervisar a los hijos? Ese es un problema grave que vamos a padecer y eso va a ser en detrimento de la educación de nuestros hijos.
In this pandemic, with this whole distance learning, I feel like we all lose, especially the kids. And for us, our concern as parents is when both parents work, who's going to supervise the kids? And it's a very grave problem.
Mire, es decir, en el caso mío es ilógico, mi hijo ya va a estar en Media School dentro de la siguiente semana, pero es ilógico que todavía no conocemos el plan de estudio de la escuela, porque no lo dan todavía. Entonces, si lo digo, estamos preocupados, porque ya de por sí el año pasado se perdió pues, casi una tercera parte del año. Imagínense cómo van a estar los niños. ¿En qué condiciones vamos a hacer?
In my case, my son is about to enter middle school next week or in a couple of weeks, and it's illogical because we don't even know what the plan of study is for the school. It hasn't been given out, and so that's what we're concerned about. Last year, we lost about a third of the school year, and that's where we're at right now.
También hay otra inquietud de niños. Yo no tengo ningún niño en educación especial, pero la verdad, como está la situación, quisiera saber en qué condiciones van a dar clases a los niños de educación especial, qué recursos les van a ofrecer. Sé que aquí el distrito pues cuenta con muchos recursos de dinero, porque pues mire, tenemos aquí la Major M, que supuestamente es para otras cosas, pero a ver, aquí vamos a ver si en realidad si tienen voluntad de ayudar. Pongan recursos de la Major M para los niños de educación especial, porque ellos lo necesitan en realidad.
I'm also concerned not just about our gen ed kids, but also our special ed kids. How is the district going to provide resources for them? There's money available to the district. There's also Measure M, which is supposed to be for something else, but I'm hoping you guys can use some of that money for Measure M towards special ed kids.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias, señor Quintero.
Sí, muchas gracias. Gracias, Claudia.
Jessica or Jalen, is she in? Christian? Jay Lennon? Disconnecting, okay. I can't tell. Let me know when she's on. Because I can't see it from my screen. Ms. Piña, si nos puede escuchar, no tiene micrófono. No se ha detectado el micrófono. No. We're going to have to go to Ms. Maria. Let Maria in. Señora Murillo, ¿nos escucha? Señora Murillo, ¿nos escucha? Who's that? Take them off.
Quinteros.
It's the Quinteros. Are the Quinteros still in?
They're trying to listen to it and talk too.
Yeah, I know.
Do both.
Señora Murillo, ¿nos escucha? Her mic on. Señora Piña, ¿nos escucha? Señora Piña.
Hello.
Sí, señora Piña.
Hello.
Hi. Is this
Sí, ¿sí me
Jessica?
escucha?
Sí, ocupa traductor, ¿verdad?
Yeah. Sí, traductor.
Ok, tiene que bajarle el volumen de su televisión porque no va a servir si tiene su televisor prendido.
Sí, déjeme la. Ya está lista.
Thank you. Diego, you still there? Ok. Tiene 6 minutos, señora Piña, ya voy a empezar el reloj.
Ok. Buenas tardes, miembros del board y todos en sus casas.
Good evening, everyone in the board and people at home. Continúe.
Todos están.
We're losing
Hello, ¿me escucha?
Se está cortando.
¿Está cortando?
Sí. A ver, ya se oye bien.
Ok, ¿ya me escucha?
Sí.
Ok.
Continúe.
¿Qué tan seguros están ustedes de que cada estudiante tenga internet rápido para que puedan tomar sus clases sin interrupciones?
How sure are you guys that all students are going to have a stable internet connection so that they can attend all their classes?
Muchos padres perdieron su trabajo ahorita durante la pandemia y están teniendo dificultades económicas.
Lots of
Y
parents
no creo que tengan dinero para pagar. Y no creo que tengan dinero para pagar.
Lots of parents lost their job during the pandemic, and a lot of them don't have money to pay for services such as internet.
Necesitan internet rápido para que no tengan internet.
Se cortó otra vez, ¿me repite? ¿Sí se oye? ¿Se cortó la llamada?
Still show that she's on there, Diego.
Okay.
But we lost her microphone again. Still no microphone.
Hello?
Sí, ahora sí.
Ok. Pues los estudiantes necesitan tener clases sin interrupciones. El internet que ustedes les proporcionaron no es suficiente.
The students need to take their classes without interruption, and the internet you guys provided is insufficient.
Así como a los maestros $500 para su internet y acondicionar espacio para darle las clases a los niños, también preocúpense por mí.
Okay, I got that. If just like you guys provide $500 for the teachers, also worry about the students and their needs. And she got cut off again.
Y proporcionarles Wi-Fi rápido para cada estudiante, ya que se van a ahorrar mucho con tenerlos en distance learning.
And please provide quick Wi-Fi for them, since you guys are going to be saving lots of money by having them on distance learning.
También denles tutoría porque muchos niños están con pérdidas.
Also offer tutoring because a lot of these students are behind.
La educación académica de nuestros niños es responsabilidad de estos. Esperamos que tomen las medidas necesarias para ayudar a todos los niños que necesitan ponerse al corriente de sus clases, de todo lo que se atrasaron estos 3 meses que estuvieron en distance learning en la casa, que los maestros les dieron la hora de clases que les tenían que dar.
These students' academics are your responsibility. I hope you take the necessary steps for the students to catch up because they fell behind during the last 3 months. Teachers were not giving the hour class they were supposed to be giving.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
But I need Our next speaker will be Marisol Gomez, also requiring a translator. Ms. Gomez, are you in? Gotta have your microphone connected, Ms. Gomez.
Enciende su micrófono, señora Gómez.
Ms. Gomez, can you hear us? ¿Nos escucha, señora Gomez? No microphone.
I think it says connecting to audio.
No. Señora Gómez, ¿nos escucha? Okay, let's let Maria go in.
Hello.
Señora, okay, ¿los escucha, señora Murillo?
Sí.
Ok. 6 minutos. Diego le va a ayudar a traducir. Ya voy a empezar el reloj.
Correcto.
Comience.
Buenas tardes, miembros del board y audiencia presente y todos los padres en sus hogares.
Good evening, members of the board, the present audience, and parents at home.
Mi preocupación actual es el horario que se va a utilizar para el tiempo curricular en línea para nuestros niños. Y,
My concern is the schedule that's going to be utilized for the curriculum for our students.
Ya que hasta ahorita no han publicado cuál es el tiempo que el Estado ha indicado, tengo entendido que es dependiendo los grados, pero también dependiendo los grados van subiendo más materias.
It is my understanding that you guys have not published these schedules that the state has indicated. I know that it depends on the grades and increases with the grades.
Okay, tengo entendido que hay estudiantes que van a recibir más de 240 minutos.
I have it it is my understanding that some students are going to receive over 240 minutes.
Más, sin embargo, no están contestándole a los padres para saber qué son las materias que sus hijos recibirán.
However, you guys are not replying to parents when we ask what are the classes or courses the students are going to be taking.
Diego, los padres están hablando y no les están respondiendo educadamente.
Parents are calling, however, you guys are not replying to them politely.
Y estos padres están tomando el tiempo porque se preocupan por las clases curriculares que tienen designadas para lo que es el nivel de high school, ya que hay materias requeridas para diferentes educaciones que el joven quiere tomar.
And we're concerned about the classes or the classes offered in the curriculum at high schools because some of these classes are required for students in order for them to pursue their interest.
So los padres quieren saber que si están en las clases correctas, inscritos, y si no, que sean inscritos en las clases, mas no los están escuchando.
And so we want to know, parents want to know if the students are taking the correct classes. And if they're not, then they need to be changed to take the correct classes. However, the parents are not being listened to.
Y esta es una situación muy seria, ya que debido a la pandemia, que no se excuse en eso para responderle educadamente y correctamente a los padres en las preocupaciones que tienen académicamente sobre sus hijos.
And this is a serious situation because the pandemic is not an excuse for the district not to reply politely and correctly to our parental concerns.
Or do not use as excuses, or do not answer the right or answer what the parent need to know. So necesitan hacerle las respuestas correctas a estos padres para que ellos tengan de su conocimiento que sus hijos están en el camino correcto académicamente.
And so the district needs to answer to parents correctly and let them know that the students are in the right on the right track academically.
Lo siguiente es en referente a los maestros. A los maestros se les va a dar $500 mensualmente porque es lo que ustedes han aprobado, la unión y ustedes. Más sin embargo, se les está olvidando lo más primordial.
The next thing I want to reference to are the teachers. The teachers are going to be getting $500 per month per the union, but you guys are forgetting about the most important thing.
¿Por qué el distrito no ha puesto hasta este momento internet gratis en la ciudad para que nuestros estudiantes tengan acceso a sus clases curriculares que llevarán en línea?
Why hasn't the the district, provided free Wi-Fi across the whole city for students to have access to take their classes?
Porque tengo entendido que una porción de la Measure M es para pagar a todo lo que se refiere electrónico o acceso electrónico.
And it is my understanding that some of the funding from Measure M is supposed to go towards paying for electronic access.
So, necesito que lo respondan tanto los miembros de la mesa educativa como el doctor Quesierra y su administración.
And so I need a reply as soon as possible from the board, Dr. Kedzierra, and his administration.
¿Y cuál es la cantidad específica que la Measure M está dando para nuestros estudiantes para todo lo que es electrónica y acceso electrónico?
And I want to know the exact amount Measure M is giving our students for electronic services.
Murillo, ya se le acabó su tiempo.
Ok, ¿en qué tiempo voy a entrar para agenda?
Le toca, no, en agenda, le toca de vuelta como en unos 10 minutos.
Ok, gracias,
gracias.
Claudia.
Sí, gracias. Do we have Ms. Gómez? Señora Gómez, ¿nos escucha?
Sí, sí, los escucho. ¿Me escuchan?
Sí. Ok, va a tener un traductor, va a tener 6 minutos y ya voy a empezar el reloj ahorita, ¿ok?
Ok, gracias.
Ya empiece.
Ajá.
Comience.
Pues yo como padre me he sentido muy frustrada de la manera que he tenido que registrar a mi hijo, porque primeramente no nos avisaron porque mi hijo va a ser nuevo en la high school.
As a parent, I'm very frustrated in the way I had to register my son. First of all, I wasn't notified about registering my son for the school.
Cuando hice llamada telefónica, no me dieron la información correctamente. Después recibí el email por el distrito y me di cuenta que podía registrar el niño hoy. Es el primer día, fui y lo registré y me están diciendo que me van a dar respuesta dentro de una semana a semana y media, pero no comprendo porque las clases van a empezar la próxima semana, entonces ¿cómo me van a dar información de sus clases?
And when I called, I didn't get the correct information. I did eventually get an email from the district letting me know that I could register him today, and I registered him today. But however, they were going to give me an answer about it within a week or a week and a half, but that doesn't make sense because school starts next week.
Y entonces para que mi niño pueda procesar su registración, va a tomar semana y media. Las clases empiezan el miércoles, entonces yo tengo la preocupación si mi niño va a poder tomar las clases el miércoles o no. Yo pienso que el distrito o la escuela no está tomando las registraciones de una manera seria.
And so, my son, I'm concerned that my son hasn't been able to process the registration correctly because if classes start on Wednesday, I don't know if he's going to be able to take the classes that he needs. And so I'm just concerned that the district or the registration center isn't taking this seriously.
Y el otro problema que tengo para mi niño que va a elementary school, me dijeron que entrara a Parent Q para registrarlo. Y cuando entro me está pidiendo un password y un ID number. Y al hacer yo el request para este password, me están diciendo también que van a contestar dentro de 10 días a 2 semanas. Y las clases empiezan el miércoles. Entonces viene siendo el mismo problema.
Also, I have another son who is in elementary school. And when I was trying to register him, they instructed me to go to the parent queue. When I try to log in, they're asking me for a password and an ID number, but I don't have that. So when I requested my ID number, they told me that they were going to reply to me or get back to me in 10 days or 10 weeks. So it's the same issue. I can't get him registered on time.
Entonces ya se está acercando el tiempo en que mis hijos van a entrar a las clases y yo no sé cuántas horas van a tomar de clases al día, si las clases van a ser diario. Yo estoy preocupada porque mis hijos ya el año pasado no estuvieron tomando las clases correctamente porque solamente el que iba en middle school tomaba 6 horas por semana. Y me parece a mí que eso no es suficiente para un niño de tercer grado.
And so it's getting close to start the beginning of the school year, and I don't know what the schedule is going to be like. Last year, my kids didn't take the correct classes. Only my son in middle school was taking classes, and it was 6 hours a week, and so I don't think that's enough.
No sé en este nuevo sistema que van a tener, qué horario vaya a tener el niño, y la verdad no estamos preparados ni con los libros. ¿Por qué no nos han entregado los libros? Siendo que en otros distritos se anticiparon semanas antes. Tengo amigas que están en el distrito de San Bernardino y ellas una semana antes fueron a recoger esos libros y un mes antes les dieron tiempo para que fueran a registrar a sus hijos.
And I don't know how this new system is going to work and the new schedule, how the new schedule will be like. This district hasn't even prepared us with books. Other school districts have prepared them ahead of time. My sister, who lives in San Bernardino, they had their books provided to them a week before the school starts, and they were able to register a month before the school started.
Quisiera que de verdad tomaran seriedad en la educación de nuestros hijos, porque son el futuro de Moreno Valley.
I would like you guys to take our children's education seriously because they're the future of Moreno Valley.
Y al ser hispanos y estar como en una mala... Yo solo quise llamar para hacerles saber la frustración de nosotros como padres al estar en un futuro incierto en la educación de nuestros hijos, siendo que es lo primero que tenemos nosotros como preocupación.
And I just wanted to let you guys know of my frustration about the uncertainty that we live in our Hispanic community. Our kids' education is the only thing that we can push forward.
Espero tomen en cuenta nuestras opiniones y les agradecería que de verdad tomaran más seriedad en la educación de nuestros hijos.
I hope you take into account our parents' opinions and take it seriously for our kids' education.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias, señora Gómez.
Ajá, gracias.
Le tengo una pregunta, no sé si me puede decir aquí a qué escuela van sus hijos o si quiere le hablo más al rato para preguntarle.
Oh, pues mi hijo, el mayor, va a asistir a Moreno Valley High School y el otro va a ir a Sunny Meadows.
¿Sunny Meadows?
Sí.
Ok. ¿El superintendente quiere saber cómo se llaman sus hijos?
El mayor se llama Edgar Flores.
Ajá.
Y el otro se llama Derek Flores.
Ok. Muchas gracias, señora. Nosotros nos vamos a comunicar con usted a primera hora mañana, ¿ok?
Ok, muchas gracias.
Sí, de nada a usted.
Buen día.
Buen día. We have just one more agenda item, Dr. Locke, and that is to be read, and Regina will read it right now.
Ellos no me pueden ver, ¿verdad? Sí.
Ready? Just start speaking.
Okay.
Yeah.
The next speaker is Melissa Smith. I would like to know if we are allowed to use other programs to enhance student learning, such as Pear Deck, Nearpod, Kahoots, Seesaw, if we are not at Rainbow Springs, Flipguard, Brain Pop Jr., Boom Learning, Boom Cards, etc. Can we assign activities through Google Classroom that link to those types of platforms? Thank you.
Dr. Locke, that was the last public comment for agenda item.
Okay, thank you, Claudia. Okay, for all of our speakers. Okay. Are we ready to move on?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now we'll move to item E7, public comments on non-agenda items. The Board of Education encourages public comments. So in this section, staff may briefly respond to statements or questions, or may ask questions for clarification. The board may refer to staff or other resources for factual information, direct staff to report back at a subsequent meeting, and or direct staff to place a topic on a future agenda. If someone wants to lodge a complaint against an employee, the appropriate form may be obtained at any school or the community education center. Individual speakers shall be allowed to speak for a total of 3 minutes on non-agenda items, regardless of the number of issues to be addressed by the individual. The Board of Education shall limit the total time for public input on non-agenda items to 21 minutes. Per Board Bylaw 9323, twice the allotted time will be provided of the public utilizing a translator. With Board of Education consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Board Bylaw 9323 B-C, Section 5. Do we have any speaker topics on non-agenda items?
Dr. Locke, we have a total of 3, and 1 of them is with the translator.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to go to begin?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ready?
Speaker number 1 is Alicia Espinoza. My name is Alicia Espinoza. The teachers union needs to stop using COVID as their politics weapon to extort the taxpayers from teachers' pay increases and administration skyrocketing salaries. They have increased their paycheck by working 60% less and playing simpatico politico with the school board members. It's my understanding Daryl Peden was not going to accept a settlement payoff on the sexual harassment lawsuit filed against the pervert skirt-chasing school board member Jesus Holguin. Mr. Peden, please stand up and reiterate what you told us. It is Holguin who needs to get his checkbook out and start making the settlement check to the victim and not the taxpayers.
Our next speaker is Librada Murillo. Ms. Murillo, ¿nos escucha?
Señora Murillo, ¿nos escucha?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Diego, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Señora, ya voy a empezar el reloj y empiece.
Okay. And, Claudia, este es para lo que es el Comité de
Non-agenda.
Bono de Supervisión Ciudadana.
Non-agenda, sí, no está en la agenda.
Ok, mi preocupación es lo siguiente, y eso es para los miembros de la mesa educativa, cada uno de los miembros del board, ya que nuestra comunidad y nosotros votamos por cada uno de ustedes. En lo
My concern is for the board members, all members of the board, our community votes for you guys to be placed there.
al igual que para nuestro superintendente, doctor Quisiora.
As well as for our superintendent, Dr. Katiara.
Y es en referente al Comité de Bonos de Supervisión Ciudadana.
And this is in reference to the bonus of the citizenship supervision.
Que está supervisando el bono de la Measure M.
And they're supervising the bonus from Measure M.
No han hecho el trabajo con ética y equidad.
You have not done the work with ethics
and equity.
And equity.
Para con nosotros la comunidad.
For us, the community.
Ya que hasta la fecha no hemos sabido cuáles son las personas actualmente que están en la mesa, al igual que no sabemos cómo se están aprobando las construcciones.
We don't know to date the people who are truly on the board and how the construction projects are being approved.
Okay, una de las preocupaciones es ¿cuál es el costo de cada una de las construcciones que están llevando a cabo o que ya fueron llevadas a cabo? ¿Y cuáles son las cantidades monetarias existentes?
My first concern are the cost of each construction project going on, the construction projects that have already taken place, and the exact amount of those costs.
The existing money.
The exact amount of the cost that exists.
Okay. ¿Y cuál es la criteria que están utilizando para las contrataciones de las compañías?
And what are the criteria that are being used to contract these companies?
Para que no se preste a nepotismo o compadrismo.
so that we don't resort to nepotism or shopping.
Ya que esto afectaría las cantidades de entrada a nuestra comunidad de padres.
This would... ¿Sí me puede repetir eso? Perdón.
Sí, que las cantidades, ya que esto no sería, no, si no se está siendo monitoreado, no sabemos cómo se están utilizando y no sabemos cómo se están contratando las compañías.
If they're not being monetized, we don't know how they're being utilized and how you guys are hiring or contracting these companies.
Ya que tengo entendido que cuando se hacen contrataciones de esta magnitud, hacen competencias para ver quién da el precio más económico con calidad de trabajo.
It is my understanding that when doing these contracts, companies are supposed to do biddings that way the district can hire the best economical price based on the quality of the work.
Y mi siguiente preocupación es sobre la aplicación consolidada.
My concern is about the consolidation application.
Y es en referente a todos nuestros niños que recibieron la pobre educación este año que terminó su curso.
And it's referencing our students who received the poor education they received the last school year.
¿En qué utilizaron todos esos fondos que deberían de haberse utilizado para tutorías o para uso suplementario de nuestros niños? Ya sea aprendices del idioma, ya sea niños con necesidades extraordinarias o ya sea niños con algo específico.
How were these funds utilized for our kids? They should be used for spending on tutoring, supplement services, EL services, special ed services, or anything specific that a student needs.
So, esto es para los miembros de la mesa educativa para que cuestionen directamente al borde, a lo que es la administración del distrito.
And this question is for the board members to question the district's administration.
Sobre la aplicación consolidada.
About the consolidated application.
Porque el gobierno federal y estatal requiere que esos dineros sean utilizados específicamente en lo que se solicitó.
Because the state and federal government specifies that those funds must be used specifically for what they were requested for.
Agradezco su trabajo y espero lo hagan con ética y equidad.
I appreciate your work.
Gracias, señora Murillo. Que tenga muy buena noche. We have one last public comment, and Regina will read. You're muted.
The speaker's name is Aime Edu. The district has limited the resources for teachers to only Screencastify, Zoom, and Google Classroom due to an 1584 compliance. Show Me Office 365, which includes Microsoft Teams, are also AB 1584 compliant. Where is the support for teachers who have used these AB 1584 platforms for years? Can they be purchased for those teachers? Can we use them?
Dr. Luck, that was the last public speaker.
Okay, thank you. And again, thank you to our public, speakers. And thank you for, presenting those. Okay, moving now to item F, consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented? Second?
Okay.
Roll call, please.
Sorry, I got a motion by Mr. Holguin and a second by CJ or Mr. Johnson. Yes.
I missed. Was there a second? Who did the second?
Yeah, I did, but I think
Okay.
I also heard Mr. Peden too, so I don't know who went first.
Sorry, I heard Mr. Johnson first.
Okay.
Dr. Love, roll call.
Okay, roll call.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hoageen?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Peden?
Aye.
Dr. Locke?
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Moving now to G1. G1A, approve the 2020-21 consolidated application funding categorical programs. Mrs. Mattis, can you share information pertaining to this item?
Thank you, Dr. Locke. I am submitting for your review and board approval the consolidated application spring submission. Each district submits this spring release of the application, which actually documents participation in these programs that you see on the application, such as the different federal programs. It's Title II, Title III, Title IV, and you also see some allocations of Title I. As a district, we need to make sure that we not only comply with the legal requirements, that we also provide the assurances that as a district we must do. These program entitlements are determined by formulas contained in the laws and created through these programs. This spring release is delayed this year due to the impact of COVID-19. So generally we do this in May. So asking for your review and approval for the spring submission.
Okay, any comments, questions?
None for me.
Okay. Okay, if we don't have any, do I have a motion to approve the 2020-21 consolidated application as presented?
I move that we approve the 2021 consolidated application as presented.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hoageen?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Peden?
Aye.
Dr. Locke?
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Now we're going to move to item G2A, the 45-day budget revision. Ms. Lopez, will you share information pertaining to this item?
Thank you, Dr. Locke. And this evening I would like to share with you a presentation. So I'm going to share my screen.
I can't hear you. I don't know if
I
you're
can't hear you. Could you?
You're muted.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're muted. She's working on it.
Dr. Locke, my screen froze. I don't know if I missed anything or have we done anything yet?
Oh, hold on one second. She's trying to put the PowerPoint, so it might freeze a little bit.
All right, just
Yeah, she's just trying to
Okay, did that work?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm good now.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Locke. This evening, I do want to share with you a presentation. We are now updating our budget again. It seems like we've been updating for a couple of meetings now, but this is officially our 45-day revised 2021 budget. And this budget will incorporate all of the assumptions from the state approved budget. And we presented what those changes were at the last meeting. And so now staff was able to go through and work hard on updating the numbers. And so this evening, we're going to present to you the summary of those changes, as well as to now give you a more accurate picture on what our budget looks like. And so we have our 11 commitments, and in the business department, again, all that we do is to support all of our students either graduating high school or preparing them for a viable career path, as well as a higher education. So the first thing I want to talk about is what has changed. And so it was a very just even interesting putting together the presentation, because I know you've seen a lot of this information, but just being as transparent as we can, we just want to walk through the assumptions once again
And then I highlighted in yellow anytime we had changes to what we previously had incorporated into the budget. And so when we look at the assumptions tied to the revenues, the biggest change in the change had to do with the deficit factor. So if you recall at the May revision, we were anticipating a 10% reduction to our local control funding formula revenues, or LCFF. And now with the state budget, we have a 0% COLA. So we also talked about a 0% COLA and how that could translate to cuts because there's no growth in the out years, but 0% is definitely better than a deficit. And so you can see that reflected here in our revenue assumptions. There were no other changes on the revenue side. When we take a look at our expenditures, there's a couple of different items that were changed, and I've highlighted them here for you. We did get revised figures in regards to the STRS employer contribution. So previously for 21-22, it was going to be a 16.02% rate. That new rate is now a 16%. And for 22-23 year, there was a change to STRS. That percentage went from 18.10 to 18.40. And on the PERS side, the increase was from a projected at the May revise of 25.5 to now a 25.8. So those were just slight changes, and those are common, especially in the out years, because every year we will get updated information, and we all know that the further out in time, the more there is apt to change. And so those percentages will continue to update, but that's the latest information we have. All of the other assumptions that we used in regards to expenditures remained the same. Our local control funding formula, this was welcome news. When we first looked at the numbers that were included in the district's adopted budget, we were incorporating a deficit factor. Now we are incorporating a 0% COLA, and you see a slight decline, 352 million down to $347 million. And the reason why is we are a declining enrollment district. And so from year to year, we have a decline in our average daily attendance, or our ADA, which is how school districts are funded. And so we anticipated this reduction based on ADA. The good news is that because of the hold harmless in the 2021 state budget, our revenues for 21-22 will remain the same. So even though we might be declining as a district, the 21-22 LCFF revenues will remain at this $347 million figure. So that was good news as well.
Mm-hmm.
So this page now has a lot of yellow highlights because there were a lot of changes. And so I do want to give credit to the staff that was working hard the last couple of weeks to incorporate all of these changes to make sure that we had the most accurate information to present to you. You can see that for the 19-20 school year, those are still projections. We have not closed the books. And so we are still anticipating to deficit spend, which is that net increase decrease, about $7.5 million. We are probably about 2 to 3 weeks away from really finalizing the books. We will present that information to you at the September 8th board meeting, which is referred to as our unaudited actuals presentation. And just based on early projections, I think that I can comfortably say that we will be able to pick up a couple more $1 million in 19-20, which is going to be really great news. For 2021, there was a change to our total revenues. We no longer have this 10% reduction. And so we were anticipating at the adopted budget that our projected revenues were going to be about $327 million. Well, now we know that they are now $354 million. So that's a welcome number to see there. Our expenditures for 2021, we've made no adjustment. There was no changes in the assumptions on the expenditure side. You do see a change on the other sources or uses. This is our contribution line. And the reason you see a change here is that another piece of welcome news in the state approved budget was that there was going to be additional funding for special education. And so we are going to receive an additional $900,000 in special education, which means that that contribution is able to be lowered because we didn't modify any of the expenditures. And so now the contribution amounts for special education and routine restricted maintenance are about $55.6 million. So we're now projected to deficit spend $14.6 million in 2021, which would lower our beginning balance to $70 million at the end on June 30th. When we look in the out years, there's a lot more changes. I talked about changes not only to the revenues, but also slight changes to the expenditures because of the contribution rates to STRS and PERS, as well as that additional special education funding, which was ongoing. And so you can see that the contribution amounts are also in yellow because they changed. But you can see that the line that refers to as net increase or decrease, again, that's the amount that we're deficit spending. Projected to deficit spend about $20 million in 21-22. And then that dollar amount almost doubles in 22-23. A number of reasons why. Remember that our revenues for 21-22 were pretty much going to stay the same because of the hold harmless clause, but there is no such clause in 22-23. And so your revenues are really decreasing the amount that they would decrease over 2 years because of that, because you have the decline from 2021 as well as 21-22 to incorporate. And then on the expenditure side, you see that the two main factors were that the STRS and the PERS contributions were significantly increasing in that third year out. And when you look at the dollar amount for the ending fund balance, projected to be about $11.4 million in 22-23, which is about $2 million short of the required 3% reserve. But that's the third year out. And so a lot can change between now and then. And this number definitely looks better than that negative $76 million that was being projected at the May revised presentation. Are there any questions on the unrestricted general fund? Okay.
I have a question. So when we're looking at that bottom corner, the $11,450,711.
Yes.
So how close to 3% of our budget is that?
So
how
that
below the required reserve will we be at that point?
The required reserve would be about $13 million, a little over $13 million. So we're within 0.5% of that required reserve.
And a lot of things can change in 3 years, so.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I wondered.
Okay.
Is that a good status or is that's expected?
Honestly, this is a good status based on the information that we have. Remember, there's going to be no COLA. We're a declining enrollment district, and we haven't really modified our expenditures, right? We incorporated some savings for 2021 based on a contract that wasn't being renewed and a small decrease to site lottery allocations and departments as well. But other than that, there really haven't been modifications to our expenditures. And so I think definitely based on the fact that we haven't gone further into any of analyzing of further budget amounts or expenditures, I think we would consider ourselves to be in a good place.
Right. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Susanna, Dr. Locke, if I can just jump in real quick.
Go ahead.
Just to piggyback on that comment, Susanna, and given where we will be in 2020, 2022 and 2023, and being shy of that 3%, where would we want to be? And is that realistic as it relates to working on our expenditures?
Right. So one of the things is that when we're preparing the budget, we're assuming that everything that we've budgeted is going to occur. Everything is going to be spent. So every position is going to be filled the full 10 or 11 or 12 months, whatever the work year is for each of the FTEs. That's how we budget, right? It's not until we get into our first interim and second interim that we start to capture savings from vacancies, savings just from turnover, right? And so there's going to be lots of opportunities to pick up, but we wouldn't want to incorporate that in this first budget because it's not realistic. So we have to assume at this point in time that everything that we've budgeted is going to be fully spent. And I think history will tell you, not just for our district, but for others, is that that's not the case. There's going to be fallout, and we're going to expect for there to be fallout.
And obviously, we're talking about assumptions here and projections and all these different things. Do you think it's realistic to get where we need to be as it relates to the our reserve amount that is a comfortable reserve amount, so we can continue moving forward without any cut to staff?
I think there's definitely opportunities. I mean, I know we've mentioned that staff is about 85% of your budget, but again, just from savings, not in cutting, but just in the delaying of hiring of positions, or just that natural time where the turnover occurs. And then just looking at our other expenditures, the other piece too is, let's not just focus on the expenditures, let's talk about the revenues. What can we do to increase attendance? Because just increasing attendance alone is going to generate ongoing revenues.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're not even having to modify your expenditures, right? Because all of our expenditures are based on enrollment. But when kids come to school and we can increase that percentage, that's going to increase our revenues without having to modify expenditures.
Thank you very much for being so clear on those comments. Thank you.
So,
I have a question.
Yes.
Question.
Yes.
Are you considering any of the federal funding on this? What is the impact, if there's any additional federal funding or none? Where is that?
Well, that leads me right to the next slide, which is on the restricted side. So when we talk about the federal funding, I talked a little bit about it at the last meeting. We are receiving the learning loss mitigation funds, and there's two main types. The first is GEAR, or Governor's Emergency Education Relief Funds. The second, the Coronavirus Relief Funds. These are funds that at the May revise, we had an estimate amount. And so we did build some of these funds into our budget. These funds are all on the restricted side. So we're going to take a look at the restricted side numbers in just a minute. But at the time of the May revise, we had built in $16 million for learning loss mitigation funds. At the time, we didn't know how these funds were going to be allocated, whether it was going to be based on enrollment for school districts statewide, whether it was going to be on your supplemental and concentration funds. And so the $16 million was conservative amount. Since then, we have found out that there were 3 separate allocations. The first allocation is on the student with disability counts. The second is on a supplemental and concentration counts, which when we have an unduplicated pupil percentage of 84%, those numbers are going to be high. And then the third was regular, your local control funding formula allocation. So based on these 3 different allocations, the total amount we're receiving in learning loss mitigation funds is going to be $39 million. So this 45-day budget update reflects an increase on the restricted side of about $22 million. The caveat here is that the majority of these learning loss mitigation funds do need to be spent by December 30th of 2020. Out of that $39 million, we have to spend $37 million by December 30th. And so just to an overview, and this is again information that I presented to you at the last meeting, but I think it's important and critical, and we remind folks because we currently still have a centralized purchasing process in place. The requests go through my desk. And one of the main reasons they're going through my desk is that I'm able to determine whether these are new expenses, because that's the key for these learning loss mitigation funds. They have to be new expenses. They weren't part of your previous year's budget. It was something that was unanticipated, and it's related to your distance learning. So how do we address the learning loss? What are the things that can be done, whether it's instructional time or whether it's services that need to be provided based on your students' needs? Looking at additional academic services, instructional materials, devices, connectivity. We've put in orders for laptops. 1,200 laptops was the last purchase requisition that was processed. Technology innovation and assessment is in the process of collecting the lists from all of the school sites so that we can make sure that we have the technology there. There's purchases you saw this evening on the contract list, a contract with Verizon for more hotspots. You see some of these purchase orders for a lot of this technology. And then also looking at how you can address the distance learning needs, whether it's training for teachers and parents. So a focus on professional development, accessing school meals and social emotional programs. And so anytime we see expenditures that are related to these areas, we're able to use these learning loss mitigation funds, which again need to be spent by December 30th. So when we incorporated that into our projections, you can see that there were significant changes because now the revenues are a lot higher in 2021. At the time of the May revise, we had only projected about $99 million. Now the number of the revenues are 122 million. At the same time, our expenditures have had to be increased because we are anticipating that these funds will be spent in 2021. We talked about the contributions previously. This is where the offset is on the restricted side. And so you can see that on the restricted general fund, we actually aren't even projecting to deficit spend. We're receiving a lot of additional funds that will be used to meet the additional needs that distance learning is going to give us. So as we walk through 2021, 21-22, 22-23, you can see again, these are all restricted programs, all types of grants, but the biggest change here is incorporating those additional funds for learning loss mitigation. Mr. Holguin, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for going to that much detail. Appreciate it.
And the other piece is, again, these are all funds that we've already received allocations for. I know you're hearing, what I'm hearing is that there's discussions at the federal level for additional stimulus funds. Again, once we receive allocations, just like with these learning loss mitigation, it's not until we have that award letter or final allocations that we would incorporate it into our budget. And so this next slide is just the two unrestricted and restricted slides combined. And so no surprise here, you can see again that the changes are correlate to the previous slides. And so the good news is that our deficit spending, or that increase decrease line, is much lower than it was at the May revise. And again, our ending balance June 30th is just 0.5% short of a 3% required reserve. And we can see that illustrated here on this chart that you're familiar with, but that now we've updated. So 19-20, still projecting about a 20% reserve. Most of it is unrestricted, but then you can see because of the high deficit spending amounts on the unrestricted general fund, we're slowly decreasing the reserve levels. And in 22-23, it's a 5.34% reserve. However, the unrestricted, or the blue, is less than the 3%. And that's what they look at. But that's 3 years out. A lot can happen in 3 years. And so I think we're on the right track, continuing to monitor, continuing to analyze. Very proud of the team in business services, because I think that when we present to you our unaudited actuals at the next board meeting, you're going to be able to see the work that went into just estimating our figures. Our numbers are very accurate, and everybody has a much better understanding of the process and why it's important to make sure that we're providing you accurate, transparent information at all times.
Dr. Locke, do I have a second just to ask one more follow-up question?
Yes.
Susanna, you mentioned that on the restricted, that some money has been spent on Verizon for devices. Can you expand on that a little bit more for the public? I know that was mentioned a few times, and I think that's on the minds of parents in our community, and it's very important that we can.
I'll cover it in my presentation.
Okay, well, is that going to be covered in the first?
Yes, it'll be covered.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll follow up then. That's fine. Thank you.
Yes. And so what are the next steps? So I mentioned that September 8th, we will have the unaudited actuals financial report presentation to you. This is when we close the books, and we will be able to show you the information of estimated actuals versus the books being closed. We also mentioned that because of this new state budget, even though there's no actual cuts to the LCFF, there are a lot more deferrals. And so we are anticipating the need to at least start the process for the tax and revenue anticipation notes, or the trans resolution, which will be coming to the board at a September or October board meeting. We are going to be able to go into it with the other Riverside County districts to be able to get benefit at a lower rate. And then lastly, December 15th, 2020, at that board meeting, we will have the first interim financial report to you, which is really that first snapshot into the 2021 school year, which will show you what we would have in regards to our projected totals, whether we've picked up any savings, whether we have any additional revenues, and so forth. And then just again to highlight on that contract again, and I know you're going to get more information, but that is for the purchase of hotspots, and so it was a contract to enter with Verizon, so that we can provide that. I know we've had hotspots available through a different number of grant programs, but because connectivity is a key item of the learning loss mitigation funds, we are being proactive and looking at those vendors to purchase additional ones, and so that we can ensure that all of our students have the connectivity that they need. Okay.
Are there any more questions or comments? Ms. Lopez, thank you. For your, I know you thank your staff, but I know on behalf of, we thank you and your staff for such a detailed report. So thank you. Moving now to item G3A, approve board resolution number 2020-21.
We have to.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to. Okay.
We have to vote on G.
I couldn't unmute myself fast enough.
Thank you. I'm skipping right ahead. Okay. I was so impressed with that report, so. Okay, do I have a motion to approve the 2020-2021 45-day budget revisions as presented?
Move.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Roll call.
Dr. Locke, it's okay if we point of discussion before we take roll call, please. Yeah. I just want to make sure before I take my vote on the budget, I want to thank Susanna and your team, Dr. Kidzior, and everybody that worked tirelessly on this budget. There's some great work being done there, making sure that we're controlling our expenditures and moving forward. So first I want to make sure I put it out there that I'm thankful that we have a great team around us in this district that take these issues very seriously. But with that said, I'm going to be taking the same position that I took when the first budget was voted on. I cannot support this budget, given that S&C funds are being used to fund law enforcement. So I do not believe that those are principally directed to our high need students. And I'm calling for a change on that. And I think we definitely have to change on that. So just to be transparent with the public and also all of you, that's my position, and I'll be voting no.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, now do I have a motion to approve the 2020-21 45-day budget revisions as presented?
I think we already made a motion.
Dr. Locke, I do have a motion by Mr. Hogan and a second by Mrs. Smith.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, roll call then.
Mr. Johnson? You're muted, Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Hogan?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Peden?
No.
Dr. Locke?
Aye. Motion passes 4-1. Now we'll move to G3A. Approve board resolution number 2020-21-12, elimination of certain classified management positions effective August 4th, 2020. Dr. Verdi, can you share information about this item?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Locke. So This is the last step really in the reorganizing that has taken place in the maintenance department after the elimination of the synergistic contract, which the last couple of board meetings we've talked about, and the board has taken some action. We are now eliminating a vacant classified management position, and we have put other folks in place as of the last board meeting to take on some of these additional responsibilities, including we're now finalizing the energy manager job description as well and getting ready to move forward with that. So this is the last piece of that reorganization tonight.
Thank you. Okay, board members, any comments or questions? No comments, questions? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve resolution number 2020-21-12, the elimination of 1 maintenance supervisor, 3 classified management position that is currently vacant as presented? Do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hogan?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Peden?
Aye.
Dr. Locke?
Aye, motion carries 5-0. Moving now to item H, future agenda topics. Board members, are there any items you would like considered for a future board meeting agenda topic?
Dr. Locke, if it's okay, if I think there is an important discussion. I think Dr. Kidzor is going to cover it in a few minutes. I'm excited about hearing his presentation regarding, I think it's on school reopening and touching on the internet issue that we're hearing a lot about. I'd like to see on the future agenda, if it's possible, and I think it is, more or less a presentation on what we're doing, because there is something to be said about making sure that we have internet capability for our students, but there's a whole nother item that needs to be addressed as it relates to how are we identifying the students in our district that need internet in their homes, or students in our district's families that have that do not have an adequate internet connection that will allow them to be effective and productive with a distance learning model. So I'd like to see if we can kind of explore that and see what the district is looking at, just Dr. Kidzor and his team, as it relates to how are we identifying how many students in our district do not have internet access, and how are we going about making sure that they do. Thank you.
I know Dr. Kidzor is working on that, so yeah, I think he's planning on that being a future, agenda topic. So thank you. Okay, anything else on that? Okay, now we're going to move to I1A, discussion for Safe Family Justice Centers, De-Escalation and Assistance Response Team, DART, program and presentation. Dr. Kidzor, will you introduce this topic?
Thank you, Dr. Locke. Tonight, we have several people that are with us to help with this presentation. There'll be 2 people that will be doing the presentation, and then for the board, I have several people that are here to answer questions, and so they are present this evening. This presentation was done for Hearts United, Dr. Locke, which is our community stakeholder group that was developed to address violence and prevention in our schools and bullying prevention. And so we have worked with people on that team of people to develop an understanding, and to also, for you to have comments with them tonight. This is a discussion item, and this is presented by the Safe Family Justice Centers, and this is called the DART presentation. And so Katie Gilbertson is the executive director. And Katie, do you want to just say hello so they see you on there and know where you are? I can't even, are you there?
I am. Good evening, everybody.
Thank you. And then Hunter Taylor, who is the deputy district attorney. Would you say hello?
Hi, everybody. Good evening. Thank you for having us.
And then Dr. Lynn Sheffield, who's the director of student services.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for seeing us this evening. We're excited to be here.
And Amanda Denniston, who's a coordinator in child welfare and attendance.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you.
And Vicki Chavez, who's a coordinator in positive behavior intervention support.
Hi, good evening, everybody.
And these are community members that have been on here waiting to speak and to be part of this. And I just want to say how grateful we are that you're on here and that you've waited all this time through all these comments and everything, so you get to hear what people ask and do at a board meeting. Rita Garza, who's a Moreno Valley Pop Warner, oversees that for Moreno Valley. Is she right there? Oh, Rita, you're muted. Can you say hello?
Hi.
Thank you. And then Christine Horta, who's a parent who I can't see. And
Camera off, sorry.
well, it's okay. I just want to make sure everybody knows you're there. And Melissa Neri, who's a parent and a PTA president of Palm Middle School. And Miss Horta, excuse me, Miss Neri, can you say hello to everybody?
Hello, everybody.
And then Miss Horta, are you the president of our CAC?
Yes, sir, I am.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Everybody may not know that our Community Advisory Committee. So, you know, I appreciate y'all being on here tonight. And thank you, Katie and Hunter, for being here. And so I'm not going to delay this any longer, but would y'all start your presentation about this program to the board?
Absolutely. So once again, good evening, everybody. My name is Katie Gilbertson, and I'm the Executive Director of the Safe Family Justice Centers. Hunter and I are going to go through a presentation with you today, and we invite you to ask questions as we sort of go through. But I'm really excited to share with you about our project and what we're looking at doing with your partnership. So just to get you started with a little bit of background, the Safe Family Justice Centers have been operating in Riverside County since 2005, and our work is an internationally recognized framework. The purpose of the Safe Family Justice Center is to provide assistance to people who have been abused. And so we deal very heavily with the issue of trauma and the services that need to come with trauma and dealing with the effects of what people experience. And so we have a wonderful opportunity to provide these services in the community every day. Our partnership with Hunter, who is a deputy district attorney at the district attorney's office, has gone on throughout the many years that we've sort of gone together in this project. And so what I want to share with you is that for timeline, in 2016, the Riverside County District Attorney's Office developed a crime prevention unit. And the crime prevention unit put us in a position to be able to provide services to the community and outreach information to the community that was not specifically related to criminal justice systems and services. And so the purpose of the crime prevention unit is to engage youth in a positive way and to work with youth who are at risk and put them on a trajectory that's going to be positive in their life. And so through the framework that we've been providing services under, it was a very natural, organic setup for us to work together in our project. And what I want to share with you, just to take it a step further in terms of crime prevention and what we do, in 2017, we have a a crisis response team at the Riverside County District Attorney's Office, which serves as another element of services that we provide. And our crisis response team had the opportunity to provide crisis response assistance after the Route 91 shooting. And so we had the opportunity to collaborate, engage the community, provide services and supports for the community. And essentially we work together collaboratively in a team format, which is what I'm going to introduce as the DART team. And we call that the De-escalation and response team. And so that team is formatted and facilitated in a way to where Hunter takes the lead on the team and we provide support services as the Safe Family Justice Center. And so I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about programming and what that looks like. And Hunter, if you have anything, feel free to interject. So on any given day, we know that violence and exposure to violence is something that our kids are affected by in the community. And our campus life at school is no stranger to that as well. It's not an immune system or setup. And so we recognize that when children have exposure to violence and when we know that there's something that we need to deal with, the likelihood that kids will be in a position to be successful at school is going to be very slim. And so the purpose of the DART team is to provide services from a multidisciplinary response and bring services to the school so that we can limit and reduce barriers that our families experience. Now, it might be a little bit interesting or weird to see that the Riverside County District Attorney's Office is involved in this project, but it's important for you to know that in our county, crime prevention is a very important topic for us. And so this is a wonderful opportunity for us to put together a community mobilization project so that we can prevent violence and deal with violence, especially when it's happening in our school systems. And so the purpose of us being able to move forward with this project is so that we can be a part of the community and serve as an educated responding member to deal with these types of issues. And so the DART team and the way that we roll it out is actually in a two-pronged approach. The first approach is that we respond in a situation where we can provide lots of education. And so the goal is to provide engagement to students, to families, and to community providers and professionals who work in this field. We work with a number of evidence-based curriculums to engage our youth, and the curriculums that we specifically choose are curriculums that are set to work with youth in the long term. So many of our curriculums are curriculums that will last the entire duration of the school year, or they're 10-week sessions on a specific topic, such as relationship building, resiliency practices, and that sort of thing. In addition to that, we provide community education and awareness about different topics that affect our youth. We talk to parents about gang involvement in education. We talk to community providers about how to respond to issues of violence when they come up. So if something were to happen again, we are in a position to know how to respond and appropriately manage the situation. Sorry, give me just a moment. So in terms of that, the other thing that we do is we have the ability to respond, which I think is very important, especially when we're working with communities who have limited access to obtaining services, to getting to places in the community, and have a lot going on in their life. If there's anything that I got out of the meeting today is that we are all working under a tremendous amount of barriers because of COVID-19, and the families in our community are just trying to get by and manage and balance things the best that they can while trying to make sure that they provide good education to their kids and focus on the future. And so as a response to that, that's something that I absolutely identify with, and I think Hunter does as well. We recognize that it's very important to limit and reduce barriers for a lot of our kids and families, and so the goal is to provide services and bring the services to them. So in addition to that, what we have the ability to do is we come from the perspective of providing treatment services. So if we're dealing with somebody who has experienced abuse or violence, the goal is to come in and wrap that person around with services. And what that may look like is a plethora of case management services. We may get some of the multidisciplinary team members involved from our community to come and help with that kind of stuff. Or it could simply be a presentation or an outreach request where we come and we provide some ongoing training to the providers, our teachers, our families in the community, that sort of thing, to help remedy the issue.
So kind of just to add a little bit onto what Katie was saying, again, I'm Hunter Taylor. I'm with the District Attorney's Office. I'm the team leader for the Crime Prevention Unit. But just to sort of build upon what Katie is saying in terms of this being a community and a collaborative approach, it's absolutely necessary that we work together. Nobody can work in a vacuum. Nobody can work in a silo and expect to see real systemic change when we're talking about violence in our communities and violence, in our schools. We recognize that every community is different. Moreno Valley is not the same as some of our communities in the desert. It's not the same as Corona. There are individual needs and individual barriers to seeing that those needs get met. And part of the community approach is saying, okay, we may not understand everything right now, but if I can work with my community partners, if I can work with my schools, if I can work with the mobilizers who are already out there in the community doing this fine work, then we can work as a whole and start getting the change that we want to see. So it's definitely not this one size fits all model. This is going to be fluid. This is going to grow, and we want it to grow organically and not be rigid. But when we talk about some of the education and some of the trainings and presentations that we want to provide, those are geared off of, sort of the typical triggers that we see for violence in school sites. So, we do offer training and presentations for bullying in the law, for the power of words and hate speech, for teen dating violence and healthy relationships. And it's those sort of, core items we're going to sort of springboard and transition into the other things that Katie's been talking about.
So in addition to that, we recognize again that when it comes to violence prevention, sometimes our kids have exposure to violence at school or at home. And in some cases, it's in both situations. They see it at home due to some type of issue that's taking place, and then they experience it at school. And sometimes those things are very deeply connected. And so our goal is to be able to provide intervention in a situation where we can all come together and really hash out what the issue is. I know that you guys have a lot of really great staff on campus that is able to render a lot of these services, but if I had to imagine, the case management load that we would experience is often very high because this isn't something that affects only a population of people. It can affect everybody regardless of where they come from, their socioeconomic status, and more. And so it's very important that when we meet with these families and with these providers and people who are in need of these types of services, that we come from the perspective of having options for them to access, and that we educate them properly about what those service options are, because as Hunter said, not everything is a one fit situation where everything fits everything or fits all.
Right.
So it's important that we come from a stance of diversity and that we're able to provide a good option set for people when they're looking to receive treatment for their issues.
Right. And so the way we sort of envision this is us being a part of the solution. We are not the solution. There's never going to be a magic bullet when you're talking about violence prevention in schools in the community. But we want to be part of the solution, and we want to work collaboratively with the awesome work that's already going on in Moreno Valley. We've been meeting with Hearts United. They've embraced us. I love everything that they're doing right now in the community. And I think it's tapping into those sorts of resources and forging those bonds that are really going to move the needle, especially in times like this where, realistically, this is going to be a difficult school year with a lot of different challenges. And if there's something that we can do to help our communities, that's what the Family Justice Centers wants to do. That's what the District Attorney's Office want to do. Again, not in a silo, not by ourselves, but with everybody's help in this community.
The final thing that we want to share with you is one thing that is very important for this particular project is also to implement what we call a Violence Prevention Council, which again is a multidisciplinary themed meeting where multiple community members and providers can come together, including parents. And the goal is to talk about what services are out there, what are the gaps and the needs that our kids are facing on some of the issues that we're dealing with, and what are some things that we can do better so that we can be prepared for the situation in the future. And so I think it's really important that we look at that and that we incorporate the impact of adverse childhood experiences in this as well, because those are the day-to-day battles that our kids are facing and that we're dealing with, and that's what's competing with getting their work done at school.
Yep. So I think that's a really good overview of what DART is looking to do this school year. I know in conversations like this, people will often say, okay, well, how much is this going to cost? It's not going to cost you guys anything. We are doing this program for Moreno Valley Unified because we are very familiar with their school districts through other ways that we've interfaced over the years. We understand the spirit of collaboration that you guys bring to the table. We understand that you're always at the forefront of exploring different options to help your communities. And that's why we identified Moreno Valley. We thought this is the perfect fit. I think it wound up being the perfect year with COVID and these additional challenges to maybe re-explore how we can assist some of our kiddos here. But we are absolutely looking forward to having this opportunity. We appreciate you guys taking the time to even hear us, let alone the amount of hours you've already spent working with us and helping us start to build out something that I think can be very special and very beneficial to the community for a long time to come. So thank you guys very much for letting us talk. But we are definitely here to answer any questions if you guys have any for us at this time.
Okay, I'm probably gonna, I'm gonna ask my colleagues, and our guests, for their comments, but I'm gonna, start. There's some keywords that you said that, stuck with me. One is it's proactive. It's an outreach, engaging youth in a positive way. We're not wait till they get in trouble, but to identify and help, to help students. A treatment, a link between the school and community, schools can't do this in isolation. These are our children. These are children in the community and the parents. So I just wanted to get that out there, as just key words that just stuck with me, as you were talking. So I'm going to ask any comments from board members, questions?
I have a question. Am I on?
Yes, you're on. You're on.
Okay, good. My question is, we know that we have some procedures and some things that we have to follow to assist these students. But is there something else that we're not doing that you think that we could be doing to assist them and changing some of their moods?
I think that's a big reason why we want to implement a program like this, is to explore that question. I'm not sure that anybody can confidently say one way or the other without doing a deep dive. And if we tried to do it as the DA's office or Katie's, arm of things tried to do it just from the Family Justice Center, I think we'd all have a sliver of the pie. And I think what's important is all of us coming together so that we can get that whole picture, because I think that's how we're going to find that answer. So I think there probably are. I think there's always things that we can be doing to move the needle when we talk about helping our young ones. But I think without taking a deeper dive, we could come up with some solutions. I think there are probably some things, but I think we might be missing some of the big ticket items. And that's really why we wanted to start this dialogue and start
up with this. Yes. We appreciate it.
And if I can add to that, I think it's really important to acknowledge that, violence is a learned behavior. Yes. And when it comes to the issue of social emotional learning, there's no true delineation on who is responsible for providing that education. So just even for your district to be in the position that it is, where you guys have already taken a stance and it's actively a part of what you do, I think it's hugely and wildly important, because I think it's a message that needs to be shared. Our families need to be taking the responsibility to help their children with that, but sometimes, unfortunately, they're not in a position where they can do that. They may be in survival mode. And so being able to get the dialogue going and having the dialogue, especially that we've been having in the Hearts United meetings, it really has made a difference. I think it's just a matter of taking a stance.
Would involving them in more activities help, you think? When I say involving them, and rather than wait for a student to ask you, can I join this or can I do this, we suggest, why don't you, and I know Dr. Kessler probably won't like me to say this, but he's a guy who goes out and recruits people. And that's what I mean. Hey, son, I think you would do great doing this. So those same students, I wonder if we can do that with them.
I think that if students were really honest, they would tell you they are dying for somebody to reach out to them and
Yes.
have that conversation and point them in that direction. They may not want to admit it to their friends and admit it to, you know, some of their other peers, but absolutely, I think they're dying for it. And I think anytime you are engaging students, anytime you are having those conversations, and showing an investment in their lives, you're going to see some level of positive impact. So activities, yes. Dialogue, yes. Support, yes. All of that, yes, yes, please.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Other comments, board members, and our guests? We have, you know, Melissa Scarzo, Student Services. This is open discussion.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. And first of all, I have to say that I would like to hear from, you know, Ms. Dr. Sheffield, Ms. Denison, Ms. Chavez, and then our, you know, parent community members guests. But before I let you speak, I want to ask a couple of questions and say thank you for being with us this evening, for explaining this program. I think is a great opportunity that we have to work, like you said several times, work in collaboration with your offices, with your organizations, in finding ways to help our students. And I really like that approach of collaborating to assist rather than punish, because I think our students need a lot of assistance, and whatever step we can take to assist them, it's positive. I really like what you said, Mr. Taylor, about difference in communities. Every community is different. And I'm going to repeat some of Mr. Johnson's words here. You need to observe, you need to learn, you need to know your community to be able to assist. If you don't know your community, how can you help? If you don't know what the problem is, how can you help? If you don't know what the problems that their students are facing, and it could be, like you said, in school, or it could be at home, or it could be anywhere else. But if we don't learn about those problems and we don't get to the root of those, how can we assist them in solving those problems? So I really like that approach. So I guess my question is, how are you, your organizations, how are you going to work with the students? You come in the classroom, you take the students, how does that work? Just give me a simple picture of that.
Sure. So the mechanics of it are going to be different depending on whether we are doing the educational component on the front end of things versus we got a call out to some sort of violent or traumatic incident. So on the front end, when we're talking about education or curriculum, it would be, you know, you typically, you know, for the DA's office end of things, it would be, you know, larger presentations. So with distance learning right now, I mean, it can be zoomed to a classroom, or if we can interface with the, you know, different portions of the school, we're happy to do that and kind of do the group meetings. It's not really, you know, one-on-one mentorship type things for us. You know, we're going to engage other community members and let them be the vanguards on that sort of thing. But to provide the general instruction, it would be large group settings. And then when we're talking about responding to some sort of violent or traumatic event, portions of the team, depending on what we know about the initial call for service, essentially, we're going to, you know, deploy members from our team, assess the situation, and make sure that we have the correct people from the team that end up making the ultimate response. Because as a district attorney, I'm not capable of responding adequately to certain things. Right? That's why we need to partner up with Safe Family Justice Centers. That's why we need to be with other community-based organizations. That's why I have to use my beautiful school resources, because it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. So that's kind of the broad strokes. I mean, we could do hypothetical after hypothetical and it'd be, you know, a really detailed evening. But that's sort of what it looks like, I guess, on the front end. Does that answer your question?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Are you working with any other districts in the county?
So
this program.
So no, we are. This is the first time we have implemented this. We are piloting it out in Moreno Valley. The idea would be that yes, we would be able to spread it at some point. But to be frank, we needed to know that we had a district that would be proactive and not just let it be, you know, we check the list, we've got another program, but that it's somebody that would, you know, engage with us and work on the team with us to make it what it can be before we can say, okay, this is legitimately what we know our communities need, let's spread out.
Thank you. I want to let others speak, Dr. Locke. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
somebody from the community-based organization.
Dr. Locke, I have a
Yeah.
few points. I'll wait a little longer. So I'm reading your JJCPA proposal, and there's a lot of things in there that are highly problematic to me. So I'm sure you all are familiar with the YAP program, right? The Youth Accountability Team.
No.
So this presentation that I'm hearing from you all, I'm really skeptical. And the reason why is because, number one, we're not using language like transformative and restorative models, right? We're using language like community, but in fact, just facing reality, and what we know is that the district attorney's office is not community. You all are a criminal justice organization. And so you don't really fit, your package is not fitting within that community space. And what we know is that anytime that we allow law enforcement on our campuses, in schools in general, and we know this is to be true because all of the data shows it, that our students of color are disproportionately impacted. And when we look at the YAP program, I mean, the presentation that you all are sharing with us right now sounded just like the YAP program about how great it is. But what we found is we got a historic settlement with Riverside County probation because of all the things they were doing wrong. And at the end of the day, what they were doing was pushing our Black students into the criminal justice system, the school to prison pipeline. So my skepticism and why I'm hesitant is, number one, we don't know the model that you are using yet because you haven't used it. We don't know of any other districts that you are on because you're trying to prove the model with us. But we know historically that these types of MOUs and relationships are extremely problematic. And as it relates to our students of color and pushing our students into the criminal justice system, we know that to be true. So I'm looking at your partners in your JJCPA proposal, and law enforcement's on there, probation's on there. You have one of your bullet points as, most of this is all about SARB, right? And all of that work. And you also address, you attend meetings and other activities required to meet the objectives of the DA's Youth Crime Prevention Services, which you addressed a little bit, and the terms of the DA's executed MOU with probation. So my issue is that, is this another way, since the funding has been restricted to YAT, can't go there anymore, right? That has been shut down. Is this another backdoor way so that we can criminalize our young people? So I need reassurances, and I'm just being blunt with you all. This is a serious topic. We're beginning to dive into this topic as a board of education as it relates to what are the impacts to our young people as it relates to law enforcement on our campuses, and are we contributing to criminalizing? And this is I don't think I would be responsible as a board member if I didn't raise this issue and how important it is, because a lot of the information that you all are sharing is crime prevention, but none of it is coming from a place of social emotional health and learning. So I'll leave it there, but I have a lot of reservations. And I think there's going to have to be a lot of restrictions as it relates to how are we really engaging within this relationship, that we can make sure that our priority is to protect our young people and not to criminalize them. So I'll leave it there, but that's just some thoughts. And I'm sure you all were prepared for that, because I think that's the whole reason why we're having this presentation is some of the issues that I have raised around this MOU.
No, and I think, Mr. Peden, I think you brought up some important overarching factors that we're talking about that our country's facing right now. And I think it's important to have the dialogue, and it's not something in terms of that specific subject that anybody should be shying away from right now. What we are talking about with DART is, layers of that systemic change that people believe is necessary, that our office believes is necessary, and doing it with the community. I don't want to do a whole, reinvention of the YAT lawsuit, but what YAT, then the lawsuit affected was incidents of informal probation and kids who were alleged to have committed crimes. That's not what this is at all. We are talking about larger scale presentations. We are talking about curriculum that are social emotional learning based curriculum that Katie can talk more about. These are recognized best practice curriculums. Those are not ones that we have invented either from Katie's side of the house or my side of the house. When we talk about the presentations that we do in the community for gang awareness, mentorship, and education, whether it's the drug component, whether it's the gang component, whether it's these healthy relationships, these are all presentations that we've been doing in the community in some instances for over a decade, depending on which one you're talking about. So I definitely hear what you're saying, but I also, encourage everyone to look at it through a different lens. I understand, obviously the concerns, Mr. Pete, and I get it. But I think, if you look under the hood, there's nothing but, good intentions and the desire to help these kids. This isn't a situation where we're, interviewing kids, pumping them in for information. It's not a law enforcement program. It's not. It's a community-based intervention and prevention program, and that's it.
Right. And if I can add to that, so that is part of what coming from a multidisciplinary response is intended to do. And just to give you a few follow-up things, I think it's important for you to know that Hunter, while he's an employee at the district attorney's office, he's considered a walled off employee. And so that means that he doesn't work criminal cases. His job is specifically to work youth programs and to implement this DART program. In addition to that, the purpose of having the Family Justice Center involved is so that we can provide service options to families. So number one, we have to be invited to your school. You have to let us know that there's an issue that we could potentially help with. And so that's where having education, making sure that you understand thoroughly what our full menu of services are, is very important, because you decide, you're that first layer of support in that area. And then even then, to take it to another level, if we become involved with the family or with a group of parents or whatever it may be, it's completely their option to decide whether or not they'd like to engage in services with us. And so it's our role to make sure that they understand who we are, that we provide them with proper education about what our requirements are for information sharing, and that we explain to them if we're mandated reporters and those types of things, because they need to know where their confidentiality is going to be held in order to build rapport and have good services. So in addition to that, I spoke a lot about the need to address trauma and to deal with trauma. We know that sometimes our kids do bad things because they're experiencing trauma. And so that is exactly the framework and the perspective that we're coming at. Instead of asking, why did you do this? What we want to ask is, what happened to you? And that's the perspective that we're looking to start this process with. And we're asking to take you on a journey with us.
I guess my question would be, you're talking about doing presentations. I assume some of these will be coming into classrooms and doing presentations. Who would do these presentations? Who are you talking about having, who are the presenters?
It's a good question, and it's going to depend on the specific presentation. So when we talk about our gang awareness, mentorship, and education presentations, it's basically our gang awareness program. We're going to have somebody from our office come in with reformed ex-gang members who are going to talk about the realities of gang membership and what gang life looks like on the inside of prison if you ultimately wind up there. When we talk about
so that will be somebody from your office. It would not be somebody from the sheriff's office.
No, it would specifically be somebody from the DART team. So either Hunter, myself, or staff that we directly supervise.
Right. We have no partnership through DART with sheriff's department, police department, or anything like that. We're not trying, to do that at this point. There's been no discussions to do that.
I think one important thing to consider, though, is that in almost every presentation we do, we would have victim advocacy representation, because it's not uncommon for disclosures to be made in any presentation that we do. And so I think it's important for you to know that that does come up occasionally, and that's something that we're often very prepared to deal with. So if it's curriculum that we're running, and we haven't talked a lot specifically about the curriculum that we have, but we use a couple of really great programs that are evidence-based. One is called Positive Action. The other is called Girls Circle or Boys Council. We have two different ones. They're gender-based groups or for kids that identify with a specific gender. And those long-term curriculums have been implemented in different school districts, either after school or during school. We have a school that we work with that rotates their English class, so we get to meet with the girls every week. And so it really depends on what your openness, allows us to do. But typically when we run those curriculums and those programs, a lot of the districts that we work with in that regard require permission slips, and we provide some parent education about what the parents are signing their kids up for.
And Dr. Locke, can I speak up in regards to how student services would interact with the group?
Yes, please do. Yes.
We're planning on definitely having a tiered approach. And so that tiered approach, meaning we'll go through our tier 1 approach would be the educational piece and really connecting the groups with our counseling groups. And so we've been in conversation with Hunter in regards to meeting with our counselors and presenting the programs to our counselors first, and then identifying how we'll be presenting at the school sites, whether it be classroom or larger group. And we're even talking about the age levels and the grade levels. And then as we go up the tiers, that's working with our different areas, our behavior sports specialists. And then in addition to that, working early on with Amanda Dennison with our students and attendance issues. If we are identifying issues either through counselors, behavior specialists, or through the attendance area, we want to intervene early prior to our students getting in trouble. So if they can provide some small group services or even one-on-one services, of course that would include parent permission, but we would move up those tiers and make sure that we have the additional resources. And that's what I'm excited about. These additional resources that will be available for our students as well as our families to support them socially, emotionally, and mentally, and address some of the trauma that our students are experiencing early on.
I'd like to speak. Go ahead, Mrs. Neri, because I think that if I could speak, and then I'm going to let Mrs. Neri speak, because we're talking about, we had a great conversation, and Hunter and Katie were present at our last Hearts United meeting, where I gave an overview on restorative practices, and we talked about the need for building, maintaining, and repairing relationships and how we go about that. And we actually engage in restorative practices every time we meet as Hearts United. So we talk about relationships also, wonderful relationships that are being built through the use of our Pop Warner League. So Mrs. Garza has really stepped up and done things. So I'm gonna just ask for them to speak as members of Hearts United and tell how this is all tying together with what we're doing.
Melissa, you want to go first?
Sure. Hi, my name is Melissa Neri. I'm a parent and a volunteer for the last 12 years in this school district. I want to say that the DART program, someone reminds me of the DARE program when I was in school. And I know that that program made me open my eyes to certain things. So it helped. And the DART program, I believe, would do our students good in the aspect of prevention. Being a volunteer, I see a lot. Maybe some stuff I shouldn't see, but I see a lot. I see a lot of hurt kids. I see kids that need attention. I see kids that need guidance. And I believe that if we offer them certain groups or clubs for them to join, to share or confess or open up their traumas, will do them such a good
service to improve their lives within the school. I'm going blank now. As I see, you know, the programs that they're offering, the game prevention, the drug awareness, the bullying, the dating violence, that's just drastic nowadays, unfortunately. How that happened for our children, it is happening. The anger management classes that they're gonna offer. Wow, that would be amazing. You see many students storming in those offices, yelling and trying to just bull down everybody. He's not a bad kid. He needs help. You see that. He needs love. He needs attention. He might not be getting it at home. He might not have a home. So I see that these programs will help a lot. Our kids need it. As a parent, I would love to see these as assemblies so all kids can see it, and then broken down with the counselors, as the counselors can identify the ones who really need these specific help. And in Palm Middle School, they started something like this. The counselors have identified certain students and have put them in certain counseling sessions. And I think it's working. And I think with DART being involved as well would improve it even better. So I would love to see assemblies from DART and then smaller groups to be assembled throughout with the counselors. Because yes, like Mr. Sheffield said, the counselors know and can identify these students. They know better than anybody on our school campuses. And Mr. Peting, I would love for you to come to these campuses like at a time after some type of recess or right before we go to spring break or winter break and see how these kids are acting up and see how much need they are in. Our SROs, they're amazing when they're on our campuses because when they're present, our kids know to calm down. Our staff and admins are protected when these kids get so hyperactive because we're about to go on break, but they're so out of control that when our SROs are on campus, we as parents, staff, and admins, we feel safe when they're there. They show their presence, but so many kids can come to him and ask for guidance and he'll give them guidance. So our SROs are still needed. This DART program is needed. There is a lot going on in this world that many of us don't see if we're behind our desks. If you are present in that school, you will see what and how much is needed for our students. And if this is a program that can last up to 3 years for free, please bring it on. We need it. PBIS is already starting something. It's amazing hearing it from Vicky during our Hearts United, restoring and building the relationships that these kids need before they get to that level would be amazing. When they come in as sixth graders or when they come in as freshmen, introducing them to these things so they can have that service before anything in their life gets bigger or greater to where it is out of control would be amazing. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Ms. Garza, did you want to add, share any thoughts?
Yeah, sure. Looking at, I only got to attend the meeting when they shared about DART, but it looks really great. Like Melissa was saying, you could have something like this for 3 years for free to reach out and provide assistance for what's already going on in these kids' lives is important. I think that's one thing that attracted Moreno Valley Pop Warner to come and be a part of Hearts United is just we want to reach more out to our community. We've been here for a long time. I've been with the organization for about 7 years. So we want to provide and teach our kids, our student athletes, to reach out to their own community. Community helping community is so important. And we have a lot of kids that are considered at-risk youth. And so we know that this is a great outlet for them. And not only like we were taking part of the lunchtime rallies, trying to get kids to help that way and various other ways through our community, but also we're providing, like right now, we're not able to have a season, but we provide virtual Zoom training So it's free to everybody who wants to do it. They just have to log on. And so we're doing that through August. We provide 3 trainings a week that they could jump on. We have coaches training them. So we want to encourage them to have an outlet to get the energy out, to be exercising. And that also helps with their learning and staying healthy, but also teamwork and being coached and coachable and interacting with other kids and stuff like that virtually. But I think it's a great outlet for them. And one thing we did is, I hear a lot about PBIS because my husband, Pete Garza, does it at Canyon Spring High School. He works there. So we're incorporating that with our kids to be safe, be respectful, and be responsible, encouragements for them to do too. So we're incorporating that. So these kids are learning it at school. They can learn it here with their sports as well. So we basically want to be able to encourage whatever Hearts United is doing. And if that's DART and encouraging that, we want to be able to encourage them to be good student athletes. We encourage them to have a 2.0. And if not, we're there to work with them and help them get progress reports and stuff from their teachers. And just to be active and be a part of their community. So that's pretty much what we're encouraging, because I think when they are part of their community, they're going to be better citizens, and they're going to just see that's valuable to be a good citizen and do things for the community and be good students.
Thank you. Mrs. Horder, do you have anything you want to add?
I just want to add my thoughts on the DART program, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but it's more of a preventative measure than an intervention measure, and more of that school to prison pipeline is when programs are more intervention, when we're intervening with our youth, not preventing it. And this DART program seems to be more of a preventative measure, an education. These things are already happening in our kids' life: drug use, dating abuse, other things, in-home abuse, violence at school, violence at home, whatever it may be. These things are already happening in our kids' lives. They share it with their friends share it with their families, but not everybody knows what to do when it comes across that my friends so-and-so did so-and-so. I could speak from personal experience. As an abuse victim as a child, I was saved by, I told my friend in a safe place, and my friend went and told their mom went and told our school counselor, and I was saved by that. And it wasn't preventative, it was intervention. But if we can prevent things from happening by educating our youth, then we don't have to have as much intervention where it becomes that negative impact, when people seem to think sometimes law enforcement intervention is negative, and that's not what this is. I really think that it focuses more on a preventative measure and education. So correct me if I'm wrong, if that's not where we're going with it, but that's how I heard it, as more of a prevention than intervention.
Thank you.
So I think it's great.
Dr. Locke, may I have a moment?
Yes,
Ms. Denniston.
Trying to see who's talking to me. Yes, you may.
On two fronts, the DART program, really that prevention and intervention. So in my role within student services, seeing fewer and fewer students to have the discussion regarding expulsion, because they have developed the skills necessary through programs with our counselors, or now as we're working with DART and moving forward that way. That's incredibly important, because that means our students are doing better in managing their anger, managing their responses to their peers, and many other aspects. As far as when it comes to SARB and attendance, I got a nice phone call from Hunter the other day that he is now our DA with SARB as well. So that was an added bonus. So we will be able to implement a number of things through DART and Safe Family Justice to make sure that our students, families, and our community are protected, safe, and have the services necessary. And that's going to be incredibly important as we work towards positive attendance and just a positive change in their lives.
Thank you. So, when you mentioned about SARB, when I was filling in on one of the interim assignments before I got into school board, and I really had not experienced SARB, so I went into that wondering what it was. And I was so pleased, because there were people from, like you said, the DA, the law enforcement, social workers from the community, came together, not as a negative. I mean, they tried to solve and talk to the families, very respectful about figuring out, why this child's not going to school. And I always thought it'd be nice if we could do that earlier before we started like 20 days or something. But I thought there were so many things, but everyone came together in a positive tone. It wasn't a gotcha. It was how can we help solve? So, so someone could do this, someone else did that. So there was a community coming together because we have them in school just a certain portion of the day, but they're out in the community, so I don't know how we can think we can all do it alone, but we have to be, like we said, on the same page, working it together, planning it together, all from number one, for the sake of our kids.
Exactly. Keeping things positive and supporting the families is the absolute goal, and supporting the students so they can be healthy and productive.
Well, one thing too, I think you mentioned about a parent part, because I realized, that a lot of times parents, they don't know how to recognize gang activity or sex trafficking. There's so many things going on in a community that, they may not know, how to help their child. So that's also the parent part, is a big part.
Absolutely.
So, any other comments, questions? Because this is really a presentation, a discussion, no action tonight. So anything else?
Dr.
I just
Locke,
want, oh,
Dr.
sorry.
Locke, I don't know who said,
It was me, but go ahead, Dr. Kedziora.
Ms. Horta, you can go ahead.
I just wanted to add that as a parent, I would much rather my introduction to Ms. Gilbertson and Mr. Taylor be through a prevention intervention program with the justice system and the ADA than later on in life when it becomes a necessity for something that could have been prevented for my son or his peers. And I think that inviting these community members onto our campuses it should be welcomed, because this should be where we get introduced to our community members and our service providers out in the community. It should be on our school campuses where they're being preventative and intervening before it becomes a necessity. I don't want to meet Mr. Taylor in a courtroom or Ms. Gilbertson when my son has already had problems. I'd rather meet them now when they can help me prevent a later necessary introduction.
Thank you. Dr. Kedziora, did you?
Mrs. Chavez, you didn't say anything. And I was wondering, did you want to say something, Vicki Chavez?
She did earlier, but do you have more to say, Ms. Chavez?
I did. I can share this. I just really appreciate the work that Hunter and Katie are offering. I've got a team of behavior support specialists who are ready to do amazing things. And so this adds just another layer of just very positive, very welcomed supports that are just going to complement everything that we're doing district-wide, whether it's in ed services, student services, in all departments for all students across the district. So I welcome the opportunity to work with them and look forward to all the collaboration.
Thank you. Anyone else? I don't want to miss anyone.
So Dr. Locke?
Yes.
No, Mr. Peden, did you?
Oh,
I just want to finish my comment because I know obviously this is probably going to move its way on the agenda with the MOU, but I just want to make sure that it's understand that we get the fact that, and we think through a lens of historical significance as it relates to what we already did, and we have to make sure our job as a Board of Education and the district is to protect our children, and that's every single one of our children. No matter the color of their skin, no matter what they're going through, that's our task. And just to be frank, we got it wrong as a district when we entered into agreement with the YAP program, right? We got that wrong. And so this isn't a criticism. This is just pointing out the reality of it. I know some folks are going to take this offense to this, but this is the truth. And we have to deal with the truth if we're going to make sure that we put in place programs that actually are helping our students. We have to dive into this and we have to unpack it, and that's okay. So moving forward, if we are going to move into a place where the the Board of Education says, yeah, bring this on the agenda and let's enter an MOU. I'd like to make sure that we are really looking at the restrictions and really what we're asking Mr. Taylor and Ms. Gilbertson, what are they actually doing and how are they engaged with our students? We really need to spell it out and be very specific. And we also have to understand that this is a pilot program. They have not done this before. That's a reality. And at the same time, we need to make sure that we are doing our job to protect our children. So I'd like to spell it out and be very clear. The last MOU that I read was very generic and I had a lot of issues with it. So I'm hoping that we can tighten some of those things up before it goes onto an agenda for a vote.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Payton. I do want to clarify one thing though too, for the sake of my colleagues. I think all of us are here for all kids, you know, and we make decisions also, you know, for all kids. So I want to make sure that, you know, someone's not out there thinking that some of us are not looking in that lens, you know. So I just want to clarify that piece. Any other comments?
Yeah, I was going to make some final ones if everybody's done.
Can I just make a comment before you, Dr. Katsura?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. I just want to say that you know, this I see this as a huge opportunity for an innovative approach to assist our students. It hasn't been done, but we have district representatives willing to work with the district, along with Hearts United and several community members. And I heard the comments from staff members that are heavily involved with assisting the students in the areas of social emotional needs and more. So I think that the message is clear to them as to what is it that we're looking for. And then I think both of you mentioned that you are very familiar with our community because of the work that you have seen happening here in the district. And you know, I just add from my own words that the work done by Dr. Katsura, but you are familiar with our community and you are still willing to come and work with us and work in this program. And to me, that's a very positive sign. That's a very positive signal that something really good can come out of this partnership, this collaboration, and listening to the parents that are heavily involved too with their children's education, and not only theirs, but you know, all others in the school side where they have served, where they serve currently. But I think you know, when we think about the changing times, the opportunities for innovation, the opportunities for coming up with a model way of doing things, I think this is a huge opportunity that we have to work with these two agencies. And I just see it as a very positive. So I just want to, I think I'm saying that I'm supporting this.
Thank you, Ms. Holguin. Anyone else before we turn over to Dr. Katsura? Okay, Dr. Katsura.
Well, I just want to say, you know, I appreciate all the discussion, but I do want, you know, when we talk about former programs and what they've done, I didn't create that program that was spoken of, the YAP program. It was here when I got here, and I didn't create it. My history, I'm 61 years old. I grew up in the South, and I pride myself in everywhere that I ever go in my life, making it better. Moreno Valley is appreciably better the past 9 years than it was. And that's not just because of me, it's because of all the people on this screen. But I just want to say that, Mr. Holguin, you're right when you talk about exemplary and innovative. You know, when people in the past, from our past, have done things, they never did what they did before. They never marched across the Pettus Bridge. They never marched in Memphis before, where I grew up. But they did it because they knew it was right. They marched and they got together. And I feel like this is just something that is going to give our community the needed resources and the support that will change it. When I came here 9 years ago, I didn't work in Moreno Valley. I worked in other communities. And when I came here, people told me how awful it was. I still hear that today. And I just want you to know that everything that we do is about making it better, making a better place for our community, but making our students proud of what they go to every day. And I know through, just my discussions with Hunter and Katie, but also Mrs. Neri and Mrs. Horta and Mrs. Chavez and Mrs. Deniston and, Dr. Sheffield, that there is a synergy here that when it is created and developed will be something that we will get a golden bell for in 3 years, because that is the kind of program this will be. One of the things that my parents taught me was to build coalitions and link agendas to serve, to work in your community in the most collaborative way. And so, just because one thing was bad doesn't mean everything's going to be bad. And I think of Martin Luther King, and I thought about this tonight. You have to take the first step in faith. You don't have to see the whole staircase. You just take the first step. And those are the words of Dr. Martin Luther King. And I want to make this our, the way we're beginning this as we begin this next chapter in the history of Moreno Valley Unified School District. We have the opportunity, the ability, we have the resources to change lives in a proactive and in a manner that we have never experienced. And I am grateful that they Jerry Lopez, your boss, reached out to me to develop this partnership. And I've told other districts about this, and they say, how did you get this going? How did you do this? And I don't know how you found me and I found you, and how it all, we just started one day. But I think the mobilization here this is the beginning of something that others will see us as a model of what to do in communities, how we work together to take care of our community and to support them in the most positive and supportive way. So, everything's not always written out or spelled out, but as we go along, that's why we have the Violence Prevention Council and the people that meet together, because you work those things out as you go along. And I just want you to know that I am committed to this, and I'm committed to the people who work in it and to the families and the children of our district. And I don't think there's anything I've ever brought here myself that's ever, been something that wasn't of the highest quality or the highest possible best way to support people. So I thank you, Dr. Locke, for having all of these wonderful people, our parents, our community, our community members here, because we're fortunate to have this opportunity in our district, and we're fortunate to all be here to share in this moment, because it truly is going to change in a positive, proactive way. Thank you, Ms. Horter, for saying about prevention. It's so important, and it's so important to recognize what you see. And Ms. Neri, your lived experiences in our schools, you talk to me about them all the time, and I thank you for that, because it helps us do better. And so I just am very proud that we have this opportunity to go forward in Moreno Valley. Thank you.
Okay, and again, like Dr. Pizzaro said, Ms. Gilbertson, Mr. Taylor, our wonderful parents and community partners and student services. Thank you so much for joining us, and sharing this, this program with us. Yes, you can stay for the rest of the board meeting, or you may leave. So it's up to you. But again, thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
We're going to, thank you. Okay, now we're going to move to I-1B, discussion on updates of the reopening of schools for the 2020-21 school year. Dr. Katziora, will you share information about this very important item?
I will, Dr. Locke. I've had so many things happen here tonight. I just want to say that we heard from some community members tonight, and I think there's some issues and some challenges but I don't think it's anything that we can't overcome. And so I'm going to say this in Spanish. I don't know Spanish, but I've had someone write this out for me, and I hope people are listening. And then Claudia, if I don't say it just right, just don't be, you can help me, okay? So, Padre de Nuestro.
I gotta see what you're reading.
Padre de Nuestro.
De nuestro distrito.
I'm not going to say it just like that. Distrito, si tienen problemas con registrado su estudiante, por favor, habla a la oficina del superintendente. Tomamos la educación de nuestro estudiante Cervantes. Seriamente. So what I want people to know is that we do take education seriously, and that when we hear these things in the superintendent's office, there are a lot of people here in the district who can help you, but if you don't get what you need, I want people to know that Claudia and Regina both speak Spanish and help me speak it. They wrote this for me, and they will help you. We will do everything we can to help you. So I don't want anybody to feel like if they can't get help, they can't call the superintendent's office, but there are other people in the district to help you. So I wanted to say that, Dr. Locke, in the beginning because of the comments earlier, because it broke my heart to hear the mother crying. And we're going to work on that tomorrow, just so you know. We've written down the students' names, and we will follow up immediately. So this presentation is about the reopening of schools. And, there's a lot that goes into this. So on the next slide, again, we talk about the mission statement, and that's related to everything we do. And then the next slide is about our 11 commitments, which we know, but it takes all of us as a community working together to make sure that we support each other. Now, when we started this, based on the RCOE Moving Forward Together document, we looked at a phase and approach on how to begin the 2021 school year. There's continued monitoring and adjusting based on federal, state, and local guidance, and providing options for families. Now, the only option that we have right now is virtual learning because of the COVID-19 conditions in our community, and also because the board did a resolution, and which we are thankful for your leadership and your guidance that the schools would remain in virtual learning at least up until October 30th. And the reason for that is we want to look at our enrollment, and we want to make sure we know who's in our school district and not be switching back and forth, because that's very difficult for students and families. When we looked at this, we used a transformational change model. We always have our core values, our why as the center, but we're routinely always looking at needs assessment, assessing and analyze, reflecting and sharing and implementing, and then repeating this, because the conditions are always changing. I want people to know that the COVID-19 data, this is current data that's based on the previous day. It's obtained this morning. In Moreno Valley, there are confirmed cases of 3,658. That is an increase of 870.
Wow.
There's been 48 deaths, and that's an increase of 7. In Riverside County, you can see that the cases are 38,507. That's an increase of 8,524. And the deaths are 695, and that's an increase of 107. And in California, there are 514,901 cases, and that's an increase of 123,363. And then the deaths are 9,388. And that's an increase of 1,694. These are the increases since the July 21st board meeting. And I want you to know that we take this very seriously, and staff, students, and families, we care about everyone. So it isn't like we just decided to do something and we didn't use data to make that decision. Our reopening plan We are in the lower risk right now where we have virtual classes and activities and events. And what I mean by lower risk, the lower risk for transmission of COVID-19. And the more people a student or staff member interacts with the longer the interaction, the higher the risk of COVID-19 spread. So we are there. So when every district in Riverside County is in the virtual platform. And I want you to know, just with the number of employees that we have back here in Moreno Valley, and we're not even at full staff, we already have staff members that have tested positive for COVID-19. And it's causing a lot of stress in different departments and different workplaces within the district. And, you know, I don't think people realize the impact until it may happen. And we don't want that to happen. So that's so important. Our reopening plan, distance learning from August 12th to October 30th. The district's going to continue to monitor and evaluate whether it meets the guidelines set forth by the county and state to reopen in-person instruction. So while an MOU has been completed for virtual learning, Dr. Verdi and negotiations with MVA will begin again to develop a hybrid model so that when we are able to do that, we will have that plan in place. Distance learning is the safest option due to the recent data and statistics that show an increase in COVID-19 cases. We need additional time to obtain necessary equipment and meet updated state guidelines to reopen schools. As I said before, there are 1,800 classrooms within this district that need plexiglass, that need physical distancing in place. And today we had a situation in our lobby where people were bringing back Chromebooks, and 2 students came to me and said, Dr. Kedziora, there's a lot of people down there. And so we had to get our safety and security support to help us to physically distance people, but it can happen anytime, anywhere. And you have to be ever mindful of this. We need additional time to gather, evaluate input from staff, parents and guardians, advisory groups, students and unions. So Dr. Locke, you were questioned by a community member about the elementary waiver. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Definitely, I was.
So I'm addressing this because I want you to know that after that request or after that inquiry, I want you to know that one of the first requirements for the waiver from the California Department of Public Health, they recommend that schools within jurisdiction with a 14-day case rates more than 2 times the threshold to be on the county monitoring list, greater than 200 cases per 100,000, should not be considered for a waiver to reopen schools in person. Riverside County has over 340 cases. Yeah. So we are not in a position just based on that one criteria. But in order to get a waiver, you have to meet several criteria. The framework authorizes local health officers to grant a waiver in order for elementary schools to open for in-person instruction under specified conditions. School districts must satisfy all of the requirements, not one of them, but all of them, in order to be granted a waiver. Some of these requirements include, which I just read, and closed elementary schools in counties on the monitoring list with the prior 14 days may not reopen in-person instruction until they've received approval of a waiver submitted to the local health official. This elementary school waiver is applicable only for grades TK through 6, even if the grade configuration of the school includes additional grades. A district superintendent, private school principal, head of school, or executive director of a charter school can apply for a waiver to open an elementary school for in-person instruction. Elementary school reopening plans must address several topics related to health and safety in a manner consistent with guidance from the California Department of Public Health. I think you can go to the next slide. I think that I'm just talking and then some of this is on here. But cleaning and disinfection, small, stable cohorting. You know, we can't have classes of 30 in. We have to have smaller classes, entrance, egress, and movement within the school, face coverings and other essential protective gear, health screenings for staff and students, healthy hygiene practices, identification and tracing of contacts, physical distancing, staff training and family education, testing of students and staff, triggers for switching to distance learning, communication plans. When applying for the waiver, the applicant must submit this waiver to be provided by the local health organization. The application must include evidence of consultation with labor, parent, and community organizations, and publication of the elementary school reopening plans on the website of the local educational agency or the equivalent. So I think, you know, I hope I share with the public, we're not hiding anything. We're not eligible for this. And we don't even have the equipment and the anything that we need if we were able to. You know, we're still not in that place. You know, Corona Norco has ordered enough plexiglass for 50,000 students, and we're having trouble getting it here right now for every place that we need. So we are trying. So I'm going to move to Senate Bill 98. This is something that people referred to tonight in some of the comments. I wish I'd have done this sooner, I guess, but you know, who knew? But it requires daily attendance. This is different than last spring. It's not the same school. It's not the same distance learning plan. This is why this hallmark legislation was created. It sets minimum daily instruction minutes requirements. It allows distance learning for medically fragile students. It requires staff to maintain weekly engagement records and all students to ensure all students participate, and requires individualized education plans outlining provided services during an emergency. This means distance learning will look very different than it did last year. The Moreno Valley Unified School District has aligned its plans to fulfill the requirements under Senate Bill 98, which includes distance learning programs, instructional days and minutes, and learning continuity and attendance plans. So on the next slide, we talk about registration. Now, this is different because we want people to go online and do it, or they can go to the registration center. New students can register online or at the Welcome and Registration Center through the registration on the go process. They go out to your car. If you've ever been to Sonic, how you drive up and they wait on you, that's what Dr. Sheffield and them are doing over there. Have y'all? I don't know if y'all been over there to see it, but they go out and they work with people, so they don't have to come inside. Chromebooks are provided for all new registered students. This boardroom that I'm in right now is full of Chromebooks, full of them. And they're exchanged, and we daily do this and help people. And you can go to MVUSD.net registration. And I realize that it's difficult when you go online. It's challenging. But if you look down there, if it says you need assistance, you can call this number. And it's smaller. We should probably make it bigger because I'm taking off my glasses to read it. 571-7690. It's Monday through Friday from 8:30 to 4. Now I'm trying to get some expanded times, and I'm working with Susanna Lopez, and maybe we'll have some additional times this weekend or within the next weeks, because we know everybody can't do everything from 8:30 to 4, right, Susanna? Yeah, we talked about this. And so then enrollment verification. This is very important. Every parent or guardian will have to complete the enrollment verification process. This is an annual information update. It's much like when you go to the doctor or healthcare and they ask you your address and they ask you your phone number, and you think, well, I've lived here. This is me. I've lived here like 30 years. I mean, no, I haven't moved, but you have to verify that it has remained the same. And that's what enrollment verification is. And your emergency numbers and just things that we need. And flyers and instructions have been distributed to families. Please contact your school site or email public information at mvsd.net. Parents of all students, new and returning, can log into their CUE Parent Connection account to complete the enrollment verification, the annual information update. This process will take the place of many of the normal back-to-school forms that are completed when students start the new school year. It can all be done online. They've redone these forms to make them friendly, and they're in Spanish. And it's really, they're trying to, I mean, when I first looked at it, there used to be a lot of writing on there, a lot of words. But now they've got pictures. They've got a QR code. You can use your phone. I mean, there's all kinds of ways to make it accessible. Parent contact information, emergency contacts, residential confirmation, acknowledgement of required documents, and other annually updated student information is collected can all be done through this portal. You can also change your language preference through Q Parent Connection portal. If you want something in Spanish, it can come to you in Spanish. If you need help during this process, please contact your school site directly. Now, I understand when you call certain places, because I have the same challenge myself and I work here. I just know some other numbers to call sometimes. So I understand that you may have to call another number, but I want you to know people do want to help you and they will support you. We've been working with people all day long. So I just want you to know that's very important. So here, this next section on distance learning is what can you expect? So this is synchronous live interactions. So this year, you know, just because I just want everybody to know, and I don't even know how to say this, but I'm not saying that you didn't have a bad experience before, but we don't want this experience to be like bad experience. It's changing. And there's more that we have done to make it so that your experience with distance learning is more valuable. So there's face-to-face, online instruction, guided interactive video lessons, small group instructional opportunities, peer collaborative tasks with teacher facilitating, progress monitoring tasks or assessments to provide feedback, teacher facilitated chats and blogs and district approved platforms. And people have asked about, why can't we have all these platforms? I don't know if y'all remember, but when we did distance learning before, parents asked for fewer platforms. They have so many kids, they want to know how to do these things. So in the memorandum of understanding with our Teachers Association, Moreno Valley Educators, we agreed upon 3: Google, Zoom, and Screencastify. And so I know everybody wants the one they want, but it doesn't always work well for a district to have so many different platforms. And we support those, and it takes a lot of work to support different platforms. So whole group lessons and social emotional learning. So when you look at the offline, the asynchronous, this is independent work, assignments, offline activities, classworks and projects. In addition to face-to-face interactions, students are also going to receive asynchronous. Asynchronous means they have independent work they can do on their own. Now, it doesn't always mean that they're going to be able to do it independently. They may need help. So the work is adjusted to make sure it is at the independent level, but that could depend upon the student. So the communication with the teacher and the principal are very important. Asynchronous assignments or other offline assignments count towards instructional minutes. So it's not all live instruction. It's not all independent work. There's a blend of it. So daily, they're going to get live interaction, and daily, they're going to get work to do. So schedules. People said, I don't have the schedule yet. Well, you know what? I want to tell y'all something. And I mean this as nice as I can say it. But when you kids were going to school before, you didn't know the schedule before the class started. You went on the first day and you found out stuff. I know everybody's anxious. I know they all want to know everything tonight. I wish we could give it to them tonight. But our teachers and our principals are working hour by hour to develop schedules for distance learning. Remember, everyone, this is different for all of us. This is not the same way we started school before. And we all need to work together and support each other and give each other, the benefit of the doubt and to help each other. I mean, everybody wants this to be successful and better. So each school will set their distance learning schedule. Now I want you to look at this. Parents, you can view teachers and schedules by August 10th after 4:30. Now, usually what would happen is you go to the school and the high school people would register. They get in these big long lines and they get their schedule out there in the heat, and they're not going to do that no more. In middle school, they might do the same thing. At elementary school, all you knew was the teacher's name before school started. You knew which class to go to. You did not know everything, but you're going to have the ability to go online, see schedules, see what kids are expected to do. And I understand that you all want to know this because you've got a lot of anxiety and anxiousness about this. And you want to see something. It's coming. But support your principals and your schools and your teachers. They really are working on this. And remember, the updates are sent via text, email, and phone calls. So those schedules are coming. Now, here's what I want you to look at. These are the required minimum synchronous instruction per grade level, and they are as follows. Preschool will have 30 minutes of live interaction a day. 30 minutes of live interaction. That's on a Chromebook. Now, they've never done this before, but they're going to be able to, and the teachers are working and trained to do this. Grades TK and kindergarten, transitional kindergarten and kindergarten, are going to have 60 minutes of core curriculum synchronous time. So will this all occur at one time? I hope not. I know myself, I'm sitting in this board meeting since 4 o'clock and it's going to be 10 o'clock soon. And, y'all are, it kind of zaps your energy. So you need some time to have live interaction, but then you need time to get up and do something else. So that's the idea behind this. So the 60 minutes won't all occur at one time. It'll be broken up into chunks throughout the day. It'll look different depending on the teacher and the school site. And the teachers are working together to collaborate how they're going to use this time. Grades 1 through 2 will have 75 minutes of core curriculum and synchronous time. Grades 4 and 5 are going to have 90 minutes. Now, this is the live time, okay? This is not the whole time. So this is just when they're going to be live with a teacher. Grades 6 through 12 will have 100 minutes. Now, I just want you to know the teachers are going to have 100 minutes because they teach 5 periods. The students actually going to have 120 minutes in grades 6 through 12 because they take 6 classes. So, they're going to have 20 minutes of, a teacher giving them instruction on a live platform, and then they're going to do independent work. Alternative education is going to have 100 minutes of curriculum synchronous time. So students will receive 3 to 4 hours of instructional minutes each day, depending on their grade level. 3 to 4 hours. That's very different than what happened in the spring. It's not the same distance learning. Remember, updates are going to be sent via text, email, and phone calls. Now, this will take a minute for you to soak in, but I want y'all to go to the next slide. And this is a sample schedule. So this is a sample. It doesn't mean every school is going to be like this, but this is for first grade. So at 8:10, they're going to have live instruction, 8:10 to 8:50. Then they're going to have live instruction again at 9:10 to 9:45. And the teacher's going to let the students know when they're doing live instruction. They'll send them the link to when they're having live time. Then the teacher's going to have some office time where they can come, like if a child's having trouble logging in or a parent needs help. This can be arranged in different ways. It's not going to look, this is a sample. Then small group, resource specialist time, ELD and intervention, and then independent work, and then teacher collaboration time. So they can work together to provide better lessons. We know that when teachers work together and they feel supported, they provide students with a much better education a better learning platform. So look at the second grade one. There's teacher prep in the morning. There's live instruction. There's a rain break. Then there's live instruction. Then there's teacher office time, independent work, then lunch. First graders get lunch too. It's just not listed there. I don't want y'all to think we're not feeding the first graders. But I just want you to see that there are different ways of doing this. And but this is the same thing that happened when your child went to school. Their teachers had different, schedules in their classroom. So that's an example of an elementary schedule. Dr. Locke, I wanted to ask the board, did they have any questions on this schedule? This sample, any of the board members? I can't see them. And Dr. Locke, you're on mute, but does anybody?
I can jump in real quick, Dr. Guzio.
Anybody have any questions?
I don't have any questions, but as a parent, this gives me a lot of hope. It's great to see this in front of us, and you guys all are doing some great work. So I'm glad this is all in place, and so yeah, this is exciting. Thank you so much for that.
Well, thank you. And Mr. Pete, I want you to know that this was a lot of work with the district and the MVA, and we did not announce this like some districts did ahead of time. And that's why they're having some difficulty tonight in different districts because they didn't work together. They were working, like sometimes they were announcing things, but then the association didn't agree to it. So I just want you to know it is a process, but this is all going to happen and people are working to make it happen. And so the next slide is secondary block. So if you have kids in secondary school, which is grades 6 through 12, you can see that periods 1 and now you could have what we call a block schedule where you do 80 minutes for periods 1 and 2, and then you have this passing period, which that doesn't mean like you're going to go to the next class. It means you're going to take a break, or you're going to get up and move around because it's hard for kids to sit through these things. Periods 3 and 4 is 80 minutes, and there's a passing period, and the 80 minutes is inclusive of the 20 minutes of live interaction, and then the rest of it is independent work, which is assigned. And I do want to remind everyone that this is the minimum expectation, that there are many teachers and many people, as they get more comfortable, who will do more. Let me tell you, when I'm on these, I teach, on a Zoom now. I teach in a doctoral program. Of course, they're adults. But when I get on there, we go a lot longer than we say we're going to, because we get into a discussion, we start talking, and it's hard to tell them, we're done, unless the Zoom cuts off, So this is a secondary block schedule, and each school, each comprehensive high school, each middle school, they will determine with their teachers how they will design their program, which they did anyway before, but you just didn't know it because everybody went to school and they got what they went and they trusted it was there. And now we are going to give it to you, but it's going to look different and feel different and be done differently. It is different. So, but as we get into this, it will get better. So then the platforms that we're using are Zoom, Screencastify, our Q Communications that we use to communicate here in the district. That's our portal where parents go and where they register and they go online. And then we have Google Classroom. So your Chromebook has how you enter it is called Clever, and that's how you get into your other platforms. And then Rainbow Springs, our preschool, uses Seesaw. But parents asked us to support the use of specified platforms because it is very challenging to know all of these different platforms. And I really appreciate that the Moreno Valley Educators Association and the district work together to listen to those requests and develop these. So then attendance is a big part of this. So before you were, it was optional if you did distance learning. It's no longer optional. All students will participate in daily online interaction. A student that does not participate daily in distance learning will be marked absent for each day of non-participation. But I want you to know, one of the things I've said, and Susanna is working with me on this, aren't you? Is to make sure, and Maribel Maddox, her team, so that when students, when they don't come, when they're not participating, we're going to send somebody out to talk to them and help them.
Yeah.
We're not going to get them. We're going to help them. Mm-hmm. And we're going to find out why. We're going to find out why. Because we know that sometimes, I know myself, when I'm having a technology issue, I don't want anybody to know, or I want a certain person to help me because I'm too embarrassed to let everybody know. And so I get that. And so I want you to know that's the same kind of thing we want to help our families with and help our students with, because we understand that this is a new frontier and that, I've never, I'm teaching like this now at a university, but I haven't actually learned like this. And so that's a different thing. And I just want to say that we're going to help you. So I want you to look that every teacher is going to have designated office hours to support students with distance learning. This is for support and assistance with classroom work, feedback, and clarifications. There will be a way, and the teacher will give you this, how to contact the teacher to get this. They will have office hours to provide student feedback, support, and clarification. This can be done through phone, email, or other virtual platforms. You should receive a response in a timely manner, with the exception of, weekends sometimes or non-work days. But I do want you to know that your principals and your assistant principals and your counselors are going to be at school to help with this. And so we're training everyone to be ambassadors of distance learning in the district and helping everyone learn the platforms and learn how to help each other, because this is important. We've never all done this. Now, the other piece that's really important is health and mental wellness. I don't want you to think that you don't have access to your school counselors, because they're going to be working to support our students with social, emotional, and academic needs. So there's a QR code that you can scan there, and this is on our opening of school document, and this will go to our student services team or the school, and it will help access a counselor to give you support. We encourage parents to reach out to their child's school counselor if they have any questions or concerns regarding how they can assist their child's social, emotional, or academic progress. We don't want kids to suffer, to feel bad. We want to have multiple ways to get support and help. Parents can also contact the Student Services Department. This is where our Welcome and Registration Center is, where the Student Services Department is. So if you can't get someone on the phone and you want to drive over there, they will come out to your car and help you. So that number is 951-571-7630. This is all in a document that parents are going to get tomorrow. Every bit of this, and it's in English and Spanish, and it's coming out tomorrow. During the school closure, the district provided social, emotional learning supports and resources for students, parents, and staff. We're going to continue to update and augment these in order to meet the social and emotional needs of our community. And I think that's a significant piece of this, because we have had people contact us, and we have connected them with support or a counselor or outside resources. Internet and technology. Chromebooks have been distributed to all registered students in the district. If you've registered and you have not received a Chromebook, or you missed that day when they gave it out, principals are at schools, secretaries are at schools now, school secretaries. The best time is between 8:30 to 4. I'm just saying that's what we say. Now we're open from 7:30 to 4:30, but I just want you to know, people have to get into a building, get set up, and so I'm just saying 8:30 to 4 is the best time. So you can visit the district office from 8:30 to 4, Monday through Friday, or you can call ahead at 951-571-7500, and there's an extension 17676. But we're going to help you get the Chromebook or exchange the Chromebook. Suzanne?
Is that phone number good for English or Spanish?
It is. They will connect them with someone. If they don't speak Spanish, they will connect them with someone that does speak Spanish. And we have a district translator, Erica Cuevas, that works in the superintendent's office. But I have made it a priority that everyone in the superintendent's office speaks Spanish, and I'm trying to learn it, but I'm on a slow plan. But anyway, the Chromebooks have been distributed to all registered students in the district. Technology, innovation, and assessment have been supporting families with questions. All the texts are here. I'm really proud of Glenn Allegre and Susanna Lopez, how they've worked together, and Dr. Verdi and Human Resources, because this takes all of us, all of the receptionists and everybody helping. If you do not have an internet connection at home, please contact Technology, Innovation, and Assessment, and there is the same number there again, but a different extension, 17988. Now, we do have, I think, at Sigma Beta Xi, Mr. Peden, I think you have 50 hotspots that I don't know how many you have left, but I thought it was 50 at one time. Is that right?
I would have to check the staff, but yeah, I think it's somewhere around there, yes.
Yeah, so we do still have hotspots and we're getting more. Sometimes people say, well, the hotspots are not the strength that we need, but that is true of any internet service, that you will find things are slower, sometimes depending on the use in your home or the use in your neighborhood or just the use period. We all experience from time to time, if you haven't used this as much, you do experience some sluggishness, but we are working on that too. We want to make sure that students have access to the internet and devices during this critical time. And so when they say, how are we finding out when students aren't logging in, we're going to them and we're finding out why they're not logging in. And I do want you to know, I did hear an interesting statistic from Technology, Innovation, and Assessment. 86 to 88 of our parents have logged in. So that shows us something there. And then we're looking at those students who haven't, and then we're determining what the reason is. And that's being addressed as we find out. But, again, we continue to reach out to parents and we continue to leave, messages, phone messages. We know everybody has a phone, usually. And I do a lot of phone calls, and they go out in English and Spanish. And then we do text and we do emails too. If you have a Chromebook in need of repair, you may bring it to the district office and we'll swap it out with a refurbished one. Like I said, this room is full of Chromebooks, and the building is secured, everyone. It's alarmed. And but we do have this inventory because we don't want students to have to. We know they need it, so don't say that you can't get it because it's here. We are located at 25634 Alessandro Boulevard. That's that's where I'm at right now. This building, we're available from 8:30 to 4 Monday through Friday. You go to the Human Resources, the main reception, and the main foyer. And then they're going to direct you how to get that. If you do not have an internet connection at home, this is also, Dr. Locke, going to be in the guide we're going to send out. All of this information. We have an opening of school guide that we're going to be distributing.
That's great.
And so you can contact Technology, Innovation, and Assessment, and the extension is there, 17988. And sometimes, there's a high volume right now. I mean, this is true of any school year, but we know people need stuff. But I just want you to know, if you call and you can't get somebody, we will, just please keep trying, and we want to help you. So then students with disabilities. The district will implement each IEP to the greatest extent possible during distance learning. The district will plan to individualize materials to meet the needs of each student based on their individual educational program. We're going to collaborate with families through phone conferences and emails. And many of those are already happening, you know, making sure that we're addressing those individual needs and whatever that might be, but whatever is in the IEP. And annual IEP evaluation meetings will take place as scheduled during distance learning through either an online platform, email, or phone. So those will continue, and they're an important piece of that education for a student with learning disabilities or a student that's in special education. So then our summer meal program, it ends August 7th. And I just want to say our nutritional services people have done an outstanding job. And our fall meal program will start the first day of school, August 12th. And it will begin again at every school in the district. You know, we had it in the summer in a reduced area, but beginning August 12th, now this is different. You must be an MVUSD student to receive a meal. These are new rules that we didn't create. They were created for us, by us, and with us, but we're asked to implement them. Students will get a card that they will need to show when obtaining a meal. Returning students in middle and high school can use their ID. If there's a problem, they might ask them to punch in a code or work with them, but they will work with them. I have asked, you know, Susanna to work with nutrition services to make sure that, you know, I don't want any kid turned away. But they have to be our student. They have to be registered here in our district because that's a requirement of the federal meal program. Parents may pick their students' lunch, but will need one card per meal. Child care resources. We know this is a huge issue, and Riverside County Office of Education is partnering with us. We have sent this flyer home, but if you're looking for licensed child care near you, there's a database at Riverside County Office of Education where they help parents find inexpensive child care, and when you need assistance when paying for it, this also helps you. So the database provides the most current information for child care centers and family care homes in Riverside County. And so in the bottom of this flyer there, but there's a secure web.rcoe.us online reference that you can click on, but also this is also going to be in the opening of school document, but it's going to have a phone number where you can call, and many parents have already called this number and found resources. So what are our next steps? And I just want you to know we're starting a communication schedule because parents have told me that they don't like it when they get multiple phone calls from different places in a night. So on Tuesdays and Fridays, the superintendent is going, you know, my messages that I go out every week, we're going to continue those. So on Monday, Canyon Springs High School and Moreno Valley High School and the schools that feed into that, they'll be sending out messages. And the reason we chose those two to start with is they don't overlap. There's one school that overlaps, and it's Seneca. And then Wednesday will be Valley View High School, and it'll be specialized schools. And those students don't go to the same schools usually. And then Thursday will be Vista Lago High School. And this is an effort to streamline our communication and not send multiple emails and phone calls to parents. And we'll do this starting August 17th. And schools can send school-wide parent calls one day per week on the following feeder pattern schedule. If they want us to do something on Tuesdays and Fridays, we can always add that to the email or the text or a special note about something that, you know, but this, parents have contacted me and they really wanted something that was more, you know, organized and structured instead of just everybody just sending phone calls. Yeah. And then this next slide is it's a wonderful document. It's everything I just went over with you, but it's our guide for distance learning. And so this goes into detail about everything I spoke to tonight. And this is in English and Spanish. And Did the board get this tonight, Claudia? No, you didn't get it because I wasn't done with it. That's right. Yeah. I kept thinking I was done with it, but I wasn't. So Anna E. and Stephen Barrett and Public Information have worked to get this done. We wanted to align with the MOU, so that was an important piece, the Memorandum of Understanding, to make sure all the information was, just as it states in there, but in a parent way. And so this will go out tomorrow to everyone in the community, and it's in English and Spanish. So this will answer a lot of questions we heard tonight and provide greater support and contact information. And so I think, we've got some things we've got to work on, but I think we have a lot that we've done in order to make it work, and we'll continue to work on it. But I just want to thank, Maribel Maddox and Susanna Lopez and all of their divisions and Dr. Verdi, because, it takes all of us. I said today, I was talking to them, and I said, to work on all these things, we can no longer say, who's going to do this? It could be us, it has to be us, because everybody's doing distance learning now. So I thank you and we'll continue, Dr. Locke, to keep this on the agenda each time and provide updates about distance learning. And as you hear things in the community, please let me know so we can address them and follow up with people.
Dr. Locke, can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
I just really quickly, Dr. Kidziora, I missed the part about the internet connection and what we're doing. I received the question that you asked me, but I missed the part about, so can you expand a little bit more about that?
I'm going to go back to that slide.
Okay, thanks. Sorry about that. I don't know.
No, it's okay. I'm just trying to find the page.
I think you just passed it. Maybe it's 20.
Yeah, there it is. So we're working on a proposal right now with T-Mobile and Verizon. I'm trying to think of all the, but we're doing everything we can, really. We're looking at the best service, the best support, and the best price. And so we know there's a greater need, but we want to provide that in a way that will be supportive of what families need. And these companies, like in meeting with them and talking to them, they do want to help us. We just want the help that we need here. So we are getting more hotspots, but we are looking for connectivity and giving people more support in that area. And so we have this in the guide that we're sending out. Like, if you don't have this connection at home, just contact us and we're going to help you, get that. We haven't completed, I don't think, the proposals yet, or did they get turned in, Susanna? They're in the process, but they're being done, and we should, that. And once they get the proposal, things turn around quickly. So that's what we're working on right now.
Now, you all are probably aware, and I'm sure Glenn is aware, and everybody at the district. But one of the things that we ran into in the community was during when we first started the distance learning, and I don't know if we had a chance to talk about it, but because you mentioned that some folks are logging in, et cetera, or parents are logging in, that some of our parents, and I don't know the amount or anything like that, but I ran into a lot of cases where parents were their student was logging in from their cell phone mobile hotspot, right? They were allowing the signal from their phone to be able to use for the student to be able to log into the distance learning. So, some parents may think, oh, well, I already have that, but in reality,
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I was dealing with that today with a parent where they were trying to do it through their phone.
Yeah.
It wasn't, I know this myself from trying to do things and get emails, or get something that I think I know is there, but it won't come up. Mm-hmm. So, but that's part of working with families and talking them through this and helping them see, that they can't always do that through that.
Right, for sure. All right, well, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Any comments, questions from board members? No comments.
I'd like to ask one thing. Could you email us this PowerPoint tomorrow?
Yes, you're going to get it. It's going to be in a guide. I want you to, I'll send you the PowerPoint, but I want you to have the guide too that the parents are getting.
I want everything.
Okay. That's how I feel too, Ms. Smith.
Any other comments?
Yes, I just want to say, Dr. Katsura, and your entire team, not just you, but your entire team, this is a lot of work. This is a lot of work, and I know people were waiting for getting something. And the fact of the matter is that you were working on all these details. And I understand the need for holding information sometimes because you were putting the pieces together. And by the time you come out to the community with the information, you want to make sure it's accurate and it's the best possible, reliable. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for putting all these together. It looks simple in the PowerPoint presentation, but we all know this took hours and days and weeks and a lot of conversations and a lot of negotiations and a lot of things to put in place. So this is not an easy task. And I think this is a very comprehensive report of what has been done by the entire team. So I'm extremely thankful. If the people that have not seen this information and were very anxious, I'm sure this is going to raise a lot of concerns and give a lot of confidence to people that the district continues to be committed to providing those excellent services. So thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Yeah, I want to say, go ahead, CJ.
No, I was just going to say, Dr. Katsura, thank you. And I'm sure some of those questions that were raised earlier by some of the citizens, I'm quite sure if they were still listening, even like right now, they heard a lot of their questions answered. I know that if I were a parent out there and I heard your presentation, I would feel much better now than I think I would have felt before this meeting started, because there were so many questions unanswered. But I think you covered that pretty well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And we're gonna make sure, Dr. Locke, I just want you to know that we send those parents that were responding tonight. We're gonna send them. We're gonna make sure we get this to them.
Yeah, that's great. This is, I mean, so impressive. And like everyone else has said, I mean, it's very detailed, comprehensive. I'm just thinking of all the things I've come this week, you know, with the MOU and then this. I mean, great job. And like you said, it takes a whole team, you know, putting it together. So thank you, Dr. Katsura, and thank you to, you know, to everybody that's, you know, been working on this. So, and no other questions? Okay, then we are going to move to comments from board members and superintendent. I just want to know that it's about 18 after 10, so I'll be witching hours 10:30. So we have time for comments though, but we'll try to stay within it, so we're out at 10:30. So who wants to go first? CJ?
I guess I'm going to forego my comments, and I'll just close with a quote that I just thought about from Martin Luther King. The time is always right to do what is right. And the reason I just thought of that one because of what I heard Dr. Katsura say. I know we had some parents in the beginning that were asking a lot of questions. They were, you know, maybe frightened about this and that and the other, but then he covered so many things. To me, the time was exactly right tonight for you to come in and that presentation. So that's why I use this quote. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, CJ. Mr. Holguin?
Thank you, Dr. Luck. I think there was a lot of positive this evening. And, you know, thank you again to Dr. Katsura and his team for putting together this presentation, but for putting together the work that is going to help our students, every one of our students, regardless of what side they will be attending, with all the detail and all the resources and all the pieces that have to be put in place. I also want to say thank you to our CBO, Susana Lopez. Thank you so much for bringing that 45-day revised budget. I think it's great work that you and your team are doing in putting the budget together, making sure that we have a budget in place. And I think it's critical to have a budget in place, otherwise you wouldn't be able to provide services to 33,000 students. So I want to say thank you. because obviously you've been following very closely what is happening with the budget and the Senate Bill 98 and all those different pieces and all the different advice. So I applaud you for your work, you and your team, and thank you for bringing that document in the time that you needed to bring it. And so thank you so much for doing that. And then putting the pieces together for the plan for the opening of the school. Again, it takes a lot of work from all members of the team, and also I want to say thank you to the associations, the employee groups, because there is a lot of collaboration there too. So thank you, Dr. Verde, Maribel Maddox, and again Susana Lopez for your work in that process, because we know it's a very, very long process, but what is being presented this evening shows that there is collaboration, there is communication, there is willingness from everybody on both sides, on all sides, to continue providing those services to the district, to the students, excuse me. And so I'm very pleased with everything that was presented this evening. Dr. Pizarro, you said earlier, we need to work together. We need to support each other. I've always said that I'm always honored and proud to be a member of this team, and always proud to try to support everybody in the team in any way I can. And it's unfortunate that some people don't want to be supportive sometimes of members of the team, but I walk along with you and the entire team, and being proud of serving in this Board of Education, serving with you, serving with the entire team. And I know there's a lot more positive coming up, and I stand ready to support in any way I can for the benefit of every student in the district, and for that collaboration, that communication that exists, and for continue moving the district forward in a positive direction, as you, Dr. Katsura, and all the members of your team and all the members of this board like to see the district, being innovative, bringing ideas that are going to move the district in the direction that many other districts want to do the same thing, or want to collaborate with the district, or want to do things because they're seeing the result that are coming out of this district. So I appreciate that collaboration, that support, that team effort from everybody that is involved with the district. And this includes, of course, the community members, because the community members that are involved with the district, they also devote a lot of time, a lot of hours away from their families to support the district's effort. So thank you, and looking forward for a lot more positive and continued collaboration and support in the team. Thank you so much, Dr. Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Hui. Mrs. Smith?
Fortunately, even though I was muted, a message came up and said, you're muted. So I guess if you talk when you're muted, your computer lets you know. That's what I need. So thank you to everyone who worked so hard and gave us these presentations tonight. I was impressed with the fact that less than 2 months ago, it looked like 3 years out, we were going to be $70 million in the hole or something like that. And now it looks like we'll almost be fully funded for our budget reserve 3 years out. So we won't have the money that we have now, but that's why we have a reserve for emergencies to take us through these hard times. And maybe 3 years from now, things will be better and we'll be getting more funding than it looks like we'll be getting now. So thank you for all of your hard work to the entire finance department. I know you've done a lot. And thank you to everyone who has worked so hard putting together this distance learning. I couldn't even fathom a few months ago how this would come together. And now I see, we have a plan, we have a step-by-step method. I think we've reassured a lot of parents tonight, probably not all of them, because there is no time, as I am sure we all know, when everyone is happy. but I think you've done a lot to put a lot of those fears to rest and to let people know that school will start, that things will be good, that kids will be learning, and that this has been a temporary setback, a setback that will easily be overcome in the future as kids get back to school and start learning and start doing the things that you expect them to do. A lot of people said, what will the curriculum be? I don't think they meant what will the curriculum be. I think they meant what will the method of delivering that curriculum be? And there's a difference there. We have a curriculum. It's the same curriculum we've had. It's our method of delivering the state standards to our students, and we've had that same curriculum. We're not getting a new math book or a new reading series. That's our curriculum that we're using, and we will continue to use that. But how will we use that? How will we deliver that curriculum to our students? And that's what people want to know. And I think we've done a great job tonight of letting those parents know where we're going. And I hope that everyone gets the opportunity, if they haven't listened to this, to go over that packet when they get it. Maybe go back and just listen to this last hour of the board meeting so that they can be reassured about what's happening in the fall. And again, thank you to everyone who's been working so hard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Mr. Peden.
Yeah, so I mean, I think we all know we're a week out before school starts, right? And as a parent, and speaking as a parent, that created a lot of nerves, I mean, especially through the last month, right? And I think some of you know there's been like this urgency coming from me as it relates to the distance learning model and what is this year starting? What does it look like? You know, I have kids, and two of my daughters attend Moreno Valley Unified School District. Well, I only have two. All my children attend this district. I mean, they're in elementary school, and having these conversations at home with my children and my wife, and talking about what does school look like, and not having a clear answer. So there was a lot of nerves, and so I understand where parents are coming from. There's no question about that. I am a parent, but I can say with confidence now, based on what I saw tonight, and based on what was presented, that I have confidence in this year, and I'm very happy of the way that it was put together. I'm excited about it. I think there will be obviously some challenges, like we all know, especially, you know, I'm certainly privileged. My children have internet access. They don't have to worry about that, right? They have a safe place to learn. I get to work remotely from home. I mean, I think there's some challenges there that I have to try to manage their learning as a parent through this distance learning model. But a lot of our families in our district, in our city, don't have those types of privileges. But I do believe that all of our Dr. Kidzior and your team and everybody working in the district understands that, recognizes that, and are working on all the different things we need to do to mitigate that and to bring social emotional support to our students. So I'm happy to say that, you know, I think that's the reality, and we are working towards those things. And I'm proud to be a part of this team, and I'm excited about what this year looks like, and going through all of the different challenges that we may be facing. But clearly there is a plan, and I think it's put together well. And I think all of the parents will come to find out that it is done well, and it was done with precision, and that it's going to be a great year starting off with distance learning. So I'm excited about it. Again, thank you as a parent. Thank you for investing the time into the community and investing your time into our children. Because as one of the parents said, I don't know how to, you know, I can't quote what she said, but, you know, our children matter, right? And it's all up to us about what this year looks like. So great work, everyone. You know, thanks a lot. And I'm looking forward to it. I know my children are looking forward to all of the live interaction. I know we had those conversations, and I think my young people are going to be really excited about being in live interactions, learning. So I'm looking forward to it. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to repeat what everyone says, but same thing. You know, I'm basically, you know, very proud to be part of Moreno Valley Unified School District. You know, I'm from, you know, Dr. Kidzior, your leadership, cabinet. I mean, what you've done. You know, our associations, you know, are certificated, are classified, our management group. You know, I mean, it takes everyone. And you look at what's been accomplished when everything pivoted, you know, in March, and where we're at now, it's a heck of a lot of work. You know, I don't think anybody inside realizes how much has been done. So, Dr. Kidzior, you feel let everybody know how much I think, as a board, we do appreciate it. I want to thank you for the presentation for DART, and please thank those, individuals that came and presented. I thought it was a very balanced, information, and again, just like I said earlier, I think we are all here because we care about kids, all kids. I spent my life in education. I have grandchildren, in the schools, and so I'm here because I care about kids, and I care about trying to do the best for kids, and that's why I want to listen to opposing views. I want to listen to what other people have to say, because I don't always have the right answer. Someone may give me a perspective I hadn't thought about, so I just, I want to learn. I want to learn what's best, for kids. And so again, thank you and everyone for everything you've done. I'm overwhelmed just with the MOU, the back to school plan and everything. It's just, I have to have time to digest it all, but again, thank you. Dr. Katsura?
Thank you, Dr. Locke. I just want to say, I just want everybody to know it's going to be a great year. We're focusing forward. We're going to have excellence on purpose. We're going to shine brighter with distance learning, and I just know that we're gonna help people, and it's going to be a wonderful year. And I'm excited about it. I'm excited about students learning and students logging in and going into the parent portal. I've learned so much talking to parents. I appreciate it when they call me and they say, well, you do it. You tell me how to do it. And I'm like, okay. So I just want to say that's what we all need to have, is that support for each other, and just know this is all new to all of us, but together we're going to make it so much better. And that's why we're focusing forward. Thank you, Dr. Locke.
Okay. Well, at this time, the meeting is adjourned at, my clock's not coming up. Oh, at 10:22. Meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Dr. Locke.